viewers of concerned citizens of South Sudan, I really apologize for what had happened. We have some technical problem, but Brother Ring will join us momentarily because I already called him, and we fixed the problem. Hopefully everything is going to go fine. We don't have to have any other problem, so we can start this thing as quick as we can. As I told you from the beginning when I used the introduction of the previous one, actually tonight we are talking about the issues, facing the community in Australia, Victoria. And our brother will join us momentarily here. He's the chairperson of Victoria, state of Victoria, I should say, South Sudanese community. And as you can see there, community issue including juveniles, delinquency, and challenge face the parent. All of you are aware that, in Australia we have nearly 80,000 South Sudanese residing on that country. But yet we have hearing a lot of issues, especially Channel 7. I have been hearing a lot of issues, are happening with the children, happening with the community. There is robbery, there is stealing, so much. So actually, because we have been talking every time about the political crisis in our country, I thought we should take, a look at these issues, There are problems that facing our communities in diaspora. Let us start with Australia, where they have more problems. So I believe so, Brother Ring is here. Let me go ahead and bring him live now so we can start this discussion. So thank you for being patient. Go ahead, Brother Ring, go ahead and send in a request, and then I'll bring you right away. Just go ahead and send a request. Yeah. Yes, go ahead and send in a request, and then I'll bring you here. Or just write word hi. I don't know. It looked like we are having some issues, but we shall overcome this. We're working on it. Don't worry, go ahead and send it in, because I don't see anything here came in right now. Okay, let me use this technique here. Oh, that's a different Ring. That's not him. I'm looking for Ring Machar. Yes, I'm going to be patient at Sister Atong. I am going to be patient. All right. So we'll go ahead and do this. And then we move on from here. Try your best, Brother Ring, and send it in. If one device is not working, if you have two devices, you may use the second device as well. Actually, I tried to eliminate the music by coming seems like we are still. Okay, can someone else send in a request so we can test this and make sure what's going on? Go ahead. Somebody send me a request. Someone send me a request. Let's see what's happening. Hello, Ustaz Suleiman. Ustaz Suleiman Dendra, can you send me a request at least? Let me see what's going to happen. Anyone send me a request so I can test it? It might be from my end. Who knows? You go ahead and send me a request. But I haven't had this kind of problem before. Hardly. Wait, okay. Can you try and do this? Oh. The camera actually is off. The camera is off for you there. This is what I figured out. Your camera is off. And look now, I'm going to bring somebody here and you will see what's going to happen. I tried to call you from other way, but your camera is off. Let me bring this gentleman here. And yes, Ustad Manyok, how are you? Hopefully,
Jongkor,
you are not freezing out with the snow there in Salt Lake City. So it's a good test. Thank you to see you, man. We are talking about the issue of community.
Oh, nice to see you, Jongkor. Nice to see you too.
Okay.
Just I test your video, but I'm happy. The topic you bring up now is really a top one.
No problem.
It's a top one.
No problem. Well, thank you, and keep watching.
Everybody on the video.
No problem.
Thank you, John.
So let me try one more time here. Ustaz Ring. Okay, now it's loading, which is mean that it's all right. Here we go. Here we go. Finally, we got you.
Yes, I'm in now.
One more time, I apologize to our viewers. We apologize for inconvenience, for all difficulties we went through. Ustaz Ring Mayar, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. As we stated from the beginning, we are discussing this issue today, the community issues, including the juvenile delinquency and the challenge faced by parents in Australia, particularly in Victoria, the city of Melbourne. That's always we hear them in the news, the robbery, the stealing, you know, and even yourself, last week, you have a small clip that you talk about, you know, the children stealing, you know, stealing chicken. There's so many things that are happening in Australia. And that's why we got you on the program today, so you can walk us through what are the challenges, you know, the community is going through, the financial allegation, so many things on the program. But first, I would like you, my brother, to introduce yourself to our viewers so they can know who is speaking to them all over the world, South Sudanese. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, my brother Jongkor, and your audience. I welcome you all on this show. I'm sorry, a little bit late. We are here a little bit early mornings in Australia, Melbourne, and we did struggle a little bit earlier in connecting and also get in touch with you, with all of you. My name is Ring Mayar. I'm the chairman for the South Sudanese Community Association here in Victoria. And I might call the South Sudanese Community Association in Victoria here is the big body that looked after all the South Sudanese in Australia and also in Southeast Asia. We are in charge of particularly banal things that to do with the government. Let us say, if somebody is traveling to South Sudan, then we'll be able to process a permit that will get them to Juba, so they can travel freely, or rather transit between countries to another, to South Sudan or even to Sudan. These are the few things that we do for the community. Look, Jongkor, as you have witnessed the day before, I have talked about the issues that which are facing us here in Australia. But if I may say, look, Australia is a beautiful country. It's a very nice country. Literally, it is a country in isolation, apart from other world, apart from us being the neighbor for the Southeast Asian countries, and also to other part of, and we are just in the middle of the ocean. Literally, we just down under. Look, this is a beautiful place, but yet we are alien to one another. We literally arrived a long time ago, but we arrived in small numbers. If I might recall, our people arrived here probably since 70s, and then in the late, or maybe the late 90s, a majority of us came to Australia. And Australia by then was a very tolerant place. The things that are happening today, they're not new to any other ethnicities that existed in Australia. As you know, Australia was known to be a predominantly white country, where actually they have got the white policy that they have implemented since 19 and 20th centuries, in fact.
1900.
So when 1900. So basically, if you look at, people looked at us as just being alien. So there's a lot of videos out there now where actually people who never felt any sort of competition in this country now, they feel that they have been alienated and also been marginalized. And this have stirred a lot of political discourse, and also outright racisms and outright vilifications and outright punishment, particularly for my community, the South Sudanese Community Association here, the South Sudanese community here in Australia. But if I may just add a little bit, in a mix of all the things that you guys have been witnessing around the world, and that is including the video that I've just made, I have to stress strongly here, we are very successful here in Australia, particularly educationally. We are very successful. We are more educated than any other ethnicities that came here 30 years, 40 years ago. And we do have a very successful young people who are working in many diverse areas. Let us say military, in the police, in other intelligence area, and all other government departments. But we have got a few that have just slipped through the cracks, meaning those who become a little bit ratty, like any other society. We do have people that who fall out from the mainstream and become a little bit ratty, and they start to engage in unruly behavior. What we don't tolerate too is the fact that they let us say, if I put it mildly, any racial injustice is something that we can't tolerate. And I have heard earlier you talked about the things that we don't hear a lot about, the things that to do with South Sudanese, particularly in the United States and elsewhere, is because you do have a predominantly very successful and people that have stayed there for such a long time, 400 years and more, the African Americans. Those are the people that you see most of the time. But here, what I would like to highlight too is the fact that competition is getting tougher here. So our young people, those who are very successful, we are working, we are not lazing around. That we do have a lot of hardworking people in this country, and the competition will become a little bit stiff. So that's a bit of me and a bit of my community right there.
Okay, now, Brother Ring, before we go there, and talk in details what the challenges you are facing in Australia. Like I said, we have heard about, the controversial about the election, and there is issued impeachment within the South Sudanese community in Victoria. I want you to tell our viewers how election process was done when you were elected, and what happened after that, and why we are hearing all of a sudden that you were impeached. What are these coming from? Before we move to the issue that we are going to talk about today.
This is really quite funny, Jongkor. Even you guys in the United States are talking about it.
Yes.
Look, there's nothing called as an impeachment. We do have a constitution which is very solid and very strong, and it is based on something that's called rule models. It is a universal rule here in Victoria that governs all the other registered entities or any association that is registered.
Yes.
If you are elected as a chairperson, there's no rules either in the rule models or even our constitution, that a chairman will be impeached. That's one. Secondly, if you look at our constitution and the rule models, because this is a voluntarily organizations, we don't have something that's called a vote of no confidence. We don't have that one. It would happen only if we have, let us say, the executive, which is composes of 11 people. If 6 people, right, are really off of the work that the chairman does or anybody within the association, then they have the right to even take the matter to the General Assembly, and then the General Assembly itself that would decide. But I have got only 2 people within my office, and these my brother and sister are the people that who are way behind. They're not even an executive. Let us say they were not the vice chairperson or the vice president. They were not in treasury board. They were not even secretary. They were not in secretariat, and they were not in other bodies that would be deemed to be legitimate that they can call for any such a move or even calling for me to be taken before the General Assembly meeting. The only people who would impeach the chairperson, according to the Constitution, is the General Assembly itself. If the General Assembly have got any issue, then they have to meet the 10%. 10% of the people that have voted, and they have the right to call me in. And then I have the right, if they call me in, then I will set the meeting for me to go and meet with them. And we do have the time frame that all that needs to be done. You look at about a month and a half. All of these processes were ignored. And because we do have a lot of other issues as well that have existed, that culminated to people just breaking away and making their own announcement. And in fact, it is an added to the insult to what is really going on in our home country. Literally, people calling it as a coup de la tête, and they call it coup, and they call it as it is now. There's this mantra being put out there. It is the coup against the Salva Kiir Mayadit, right? And it is here that's the camp of Riek Machar. So the whole thing, what was really going on back in South Sudan, and really my heart bleeds for my country most of the time. People are making fun out of it, and it's something is not on. Look, I'm not concerned, my brother Jongkor and your audience. I'm not concerned about people making a coup de la tête or even calling themselves an impeachment or whatever all other names that have been thrown around. I am somebody for work. If you do work, if you improve the situation of our community, our young people, our women, our brothers and sisters, our seniors, then I'm good with you. I might have to stress this. We do have a very large, huge number of growing seniors population. And this is something that we haven't spoken about. Nobody is paying attention to it. These are the issues that we're facing here, my brother.
Okay. So now, Mr. Ring, how long, when were you elected?
Look, I was elected on the 10th of March last year. And I was officially, I was given an office on the 14th April last year. But there has been a lot of problems since. Literally, I had people from, let us say, from all other sub-community leaders. They think because they're majority. If I may just highlight this quickly.
Go ahead.
We do have a leader of Jing Union who think because I was elected by Jing people, then I have to come and work underneath him. Well, I tell him this. I say, look, my brother, South Sudanese Community Association or South Sudanese community here in the name of South Sudanese is big, and it is quite huge. I'm in charge of 64 tribes. You're in charge of the only one tribe, the tribe which I personally have hailed from. So I don't see why would you even think of you sitting me underneath you. So if you know, my brother Jongkor, the idea of you, if you haven't reached 40s, if you haven't reached the age of 40s or even 30s or 50s, 60s, you're not recognized to be a leader. You have to be real old and crippling, then you'll be considered to be a leader. And that's why we have got the issues where actually people back home, they can't relinquish anything. They can't relinquish the fact that now is the time they have to pass on the baton to the younger generation. I mean, in the Western world here, if you're over 24, you're considered to be a middle-aged man.
Yes.
Right? But that is not the case here for most of my brothers who are in other part of the leadership, let us say in sub-communities. They don't like this. And look, it's not only that I've shed the blood in the same, this politically driven hate or rather jealousy. I was really harmed to the extent that I nearly lost my life. So if you follow me, my shoulder, my right shoulder now.
I hear that you were beaten up by some individuals, and
yes,
you broke
right.
your arm, something like that.
The entire shoulder, the reconstruction have to be done. and all my bones have to be joined up, and they've all been stitched up now using metal plates and also some screw nails. So I've got 12 screw nails on my shoulder as I speak to you now, and I've got 4 shoulder blades being put in, the metal plate being put into my shoulder as I speak to you now. And it is all in the community. And that's why I don't make any rant out of it, including my parents, because we do have 2.5 million people have died in Sudan or in South Sudan. For the cause of what I'm trying to fix here is just seeing an orderly but also a contributing community to this beautiful country that we are in. But also we are the beacon to our country. I mean, our young people here now, they will be the future leader that will fix the country that we have right now in South Sudan.
All right. Thank you, Ring. Now, before we go, deep in details, the problem that are facing the community and the parent and juvenile, let me ask this. So, Sudanese community, South Sudanese community in Victoria, what size of budget they have from the federal government or local? What do they get, to run their own affairs, to help, to run some program? What type of budget they get? How much they get exactly annually?
Look, my brother Jongkor, the money that was set aside for the community, you're looking about $75,000 in 3 installments. So you have got 12 months. That $75,000 was set in 3 installments. Like every 4 months, you're given that $25,000 to run the community as a whole. But what I have faced myself when I got into the office,
so
we do have a few.
So you're saying that the annual budget for South Sudan
75,000.
75,000 a year
from the government. From the government, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a very small amount of money, but definitely would allow you to run the program for young people and also to run the program that the community are in need. Perhaps even securing spaces where people can go and congregate. But what I would like to tell you, the fall off, and to the extent that I got injured myself, it is all in the name of that money and the people that who felt threatened in the sense that because I was coming, I came in as somebody who would do things differently. So we have got people who are really entrenched with the government. People been for a decade they've been working, and literally it's not only that a little small incentive that has been given to our community that is really feeding the whole idea of what really we are facing. It's the fact that there's other things, there's multifaceted other things that are existing. These individuals are well entrenched at the top level. So we do have an institution which is in charge of all ethnicities here in Victoria. It's called the Victorian Multicultural Commission. The very individuals who are really standing against me right now are the very individuals who are really entrenched within that department. So when I was elected, they said, no, we don't like this guy because this guy is never going to come and work with us. Literally, these people, they were termed to be...
So, I'm sorry to cut you off. So are you telling me there are some bureaucratic within the local government don't want to work with you because they don't know you and they don't know what you are going to do?
Not per se. I'm saying this from outside of the community. We do have a few individuals even whom consider themselves to be running these departments.
Okay.
It's what they say if it doesn't work because they have lobbied and they are entrenched with the system. So let us say for Victorian Cultural Commission, we do have a few individuals who are really entrenched within that department. And these people, what they don't see is not working. Then they will go from behind and they'll be writing all the most grotesque writing ever to tarnish your image and to destroy your image. And in fact, as I speak to you now, that money has been frozen. And that's why our community is in chaos. I do everything from my own pocket, right, to help my community. But look, it does really fall to what I have committed myself to from the beginning. I want to run an association which is a self-reliant, self-dependent association. We need to generate our own money. We need to create our own businesses so we can stand our own feet. I mean, even the person who's in charge of the Victorian Multicultural Commission, I mean, that person, for example, earns about $250,000 a year. But even for that petty money of $75,000, which is being pledged to us, is not given to us for the sake of not wanting me to be leading or not actually understanding how we really want to run the association itself. So this is where the issue comes. So, and it's not only one place. You know, Unubin Bitania, Jongkor. You see, our people, the idea that if somebody came wanting to help or somebody who exudes some knowledge to help the community, you're automatically seen to be a threat. Because for you to differ that is an issue. That's a pressure cure for people even to set themselves or to set you up or even to be against you. If you look at what had happened to our community, our image, South Sudan's image, has been destroyed completely. And if you look at the writing that has been done, you can't imagine your own brother, your sister would think to really destroy you like that through the media and all other outlets. So these are the things that had happened. But look, we are moving forward. I'm a futuristic person. I don't look backward. I move forward, right? I'll move forward. So these issues now, we are dealing with them. And in fact, now we do have a pending case against these individuals. Because the collusion and people who are involved in what had happened, there are so many of them. And thanks God, we live in a country where there's law and order. There's rule of law in this country. And every conversation that you made, every writing that you put out there will be unearthed and you'll be judged for it.
Yeah, so now you're saying that the budget has been frozen by the government.
Yep.
Were they not aware that you were elected officially? Why are they frozen the money then if they know that you were elected officially and you have the office and actually you are the one that representing the people, you know, South Sudanese community in Victoria, and then why are they frozen the money? Because you are legit, right?
Joro, they know that I was elected and they were given the minutes, they were given everything. Jongkor,
yes.
Jongkor, sorry. In fact, I have met these individuals when I was elected. But basically, afterward, they felt that I wasn't the kind of a man that they were looking for. They're looking for somebody who is really subservient and submissive to how they really want to monopolize the community. I'm telling you, my brother, they even interfere within our own association. For the first time, our community, we don't see government officials coming in to bless. Something is called a move of no confidence, and also seeing people coming into our community to see somebody being impeached. We are not a political party, and at the same time, we are not a for-profit organization. We are for a non-profit organization. The separation of institution is something that applies to all of us. So for us to see the chairperson, Helen Kapelas, for the Victorian Agricultural Commission to come, when actually I was laying in the hospital, to come to bless the impeachment of me, that is something that is unheard of. Secondly, we have seen the service provider coming in to bless an impeachment or a vote of no confidence, Miss Carmen Maguera from the Center for Youth Multicultural. These are the two people whom have really interfered with our own community, and they are adamant or they are serious to destroy it completely. Because these people, they were coming in, they were invited, they were given wrong information to come in, and even to witness the impeachment. If that impeachment would have gone on the 11th or the 8th, I would not have been talking to you right now. But look, there's one chairman here. On the 3rd of October, we ran a General Assembly meeting, the largest ever. We had nearly 600 people coming in. And people who have witnessed the election, they came through. And they have said, we know who's the chairperson, and they have said who's the chairperson who should lead this community. So the whole idea of having parallel two leadership is over. So we don't have two leadership. It's one leadership. I am the leader.
Okay, that's good. So now, what next? Are you going to ask the government to release the fund, or what's going to happen in this regard? Because you want to run, the program with the community.
Jongkor, this thing is not a huge deal at all. In fact, I want this because if we establish the legitimacy, and as I speak to you now, I've already signed contract before I got injured and before all this nonsense of impeachment. I signed the contract. So it's a matter of us now establishing the legitimacy, and that's why we're going to the court. So we're going to the court now. People who are involved in this, you got Jing Union, the gentleman who's in charge of the Jing Union here in Victoria is involved in this. And this thing have gone back to the tribal lands. It have gone back even to a clannish level, where actually, if let us say from Tuj Mayadi, there'll be other people who don't want to work with Tuj Mayadi people because I was elected from there, which is very unfortunate. I didn't come for Tuj Mayadi. I came here for all South Sudanese people, including all others, including the marginalized areas, people from Angazana, Luba, and even Darfur. I look after them. Every time I go to court, I represent them. Every time I go to prison, I see them isolated. I go there and help them out. These are the things that our people don't understand. I personally have gone out and signed contracts where people are employed. So far, since the time I came to this leadership, I've employed 17 people. And there'll be a documentary that will come out soon from the ABC TV and all other channels. They'll be documenting this. So this, you could highlight, these are a few very banal or abysmal successes that are making, even without the support of the government money, without the support of anybody within our own community. These things are happening. So it's a matter of establishing the legitimacy, and these people need to be proven that what they have done is the wrong thing, and they have thrown the community into chaos. And in fact, they have imported what is really happening back home. I'm very sorry to say this, but they have brought that mindset that actually, what is happening back home. And we should not really entertain that or even tolerate it.
All right. Well, Ring, thank you for, answering, giving background on that. I am so thrilled to hear that South Sudanese actually, they are doing very well in Australia, educational-wise. And I can see people are going to school, they are learning education. That's a good thing. Now, my question is, since there is an opportunity in Australia, Australia is a socialist country. It's not like United States capitalist. South Sudanese here are struggling. You have to work and you have to pay for your education. That's something that we have to put up with, and we are okay with that. So now in Australia there is more opportunity, the free of education, and there is so many things that help the family. Why are they not taking this opportunity? Why they are in a state of chaos?
Look, my brother Jongkor, I have said it earlier. We had this issue. We have this issue of actually not working together. So basically, you got more critics than those who want to help themselves, right? You have got people who actually want to have a say. This leadership, I personally, when I came into it, I came in as somebody who wanted to help. I didn't come for leadership. I came into wanting to help my community and see my community living like any other Australian here, because this is a land of opportunities, a land of all the great things that could happen to us. But that wasn't the case. So there's this idea, the moment you come to that podium, that's the time people are putting you to a test that you would never imagine ever in your life. People are pulling you down from every corner, from any angle. People try to pull you down. My brother, we are very successful individually here in Australia. We have got people who are really running businesses. We have got lecturers. We have got people working in police force. We have got people who are working in the military here. We have got people actually who just doing good for the community individually. Yeah, if I wish, if we can put our hands together, we do have money as I speak to you now. If we put our hands together and invest our money, let us say, to build a center for us, the issues we are facing here we would not face. But people have put this money into their own coffers and they're not investing them. So the idea of even do something really good for ourselves and improving the situation for all of us is something that we are struggling with. But I can tell you they are very hopeful. Our people gradually, slowly now are coming to realize that. The reason I'm saying this, there's the evidence. Now people are buying from our own businesses. People are going to our own restaurants now. People are going to our own mechanic shops are run by my brothers. People are going to beauty shops where my sisters or even our mothers are running these businesses. So it's slowly we are supporting one another, and slowly we should be able to have our own business. If I speak to you now, where's my office is, the entire area is called African Town. So what I would like to tell people now, if you've got an entire place that's been named after you, is the time for you to buy these spaces, because that's the area where you will succeed with your businesses. Now we still got a lot of shops in the town that is named African Town that haven't been bought yet. I want my people to, with your little money, with the money that you have got, buy the shops, run your business for the long term. This thing will be a good asset for all of us, and will be a good business genre or a business area where you consider later on to be a great investment to you, because this area in Footscray, it is at the heart of the city of Melbourne. So just imagine, in 10 years' time, that real estate will be a prime real estate. The people will pay for top dollar for it.
Yes. Thank you. Now let's move on. Ring, you mentioned the business, how South Sudanese are, succeeding individuals when it comes to business in Australia. You know, I have read a lot for Australia, you know, newspaper, and, you know, I watch news, you know, for Channel 7, ABC. Uh, and then why South Sudanese, some of them in the business, why are they having some, you know, difficulties, or I would say, why are they violating the laws, and they know that this it will take them to, will get them in trouble. For instance, I have heard about the, you know, the forgery about
Family daycare.
the daycare issue. You know,
Yeah.
how the family was collecting money, and what the community is doing to educate these people to say, if you want to set up business, you have to be aware of all these procedures. You have to do it in the right way, because in these democratic Western countries, actually they give you trust, and you have to comply, and you have to do things right. They don't have to just stay on your throat and say, hey, you have to do it this way. They show you everything, and you have to go. What the community is doing, you know, to educate those people, because that case of daycare actually, it was a blowout, a big thing.
Thank you. You see, my brother, the whole the issue that you have just raised now is the biggest issue that we have faced as a community. When this issue was progressing, and later on explored in our faces, I was not even in leadership, and even I wasn't even in the country. By then I was in Dubai. You see, so what was going on here is the fact that there's two. You need to look at the two things here. One of them, the government brought in this money and threw it at people, threw it at the community. They didn't put any strict mechanism in place. They didn't train people. They didn't even hold on to it and be responsible for it, and then give contracts, employ people while you train them. The whole thing was thrown at us, and people were just claiming money. That's one thing. Secondly, our people, even with a few small banal regulation were given to them, or even policies were given to them, nobody was following through. People were just claiming money. But the damage is so great, Jongkor. The fact that even people who were working, they were making good money. People who were working and making good money, they left the jobs that they have held for nearly 10 years and 15 years. And they venture out to involve in family business. Mothers, fathers, young people, young girls, and even to the extent that the entire family were pushed to get involved in such a business. But as we know, because as a policy person, the way I looked at it, as sulfur, sulfide acid, long time ago. The reason I'm saying this, there's nothing is given without you actually being pinned down. I look at this money and I knew it. This thing will backfire on us, all of us, later on. So that is a case closed. When I came to the leadership, there was a lot of put out there, and actually, it is the start of our families disintegrating. When this family daycare came up, there was a lot of divorce. There was a lot of fathers being chased out from home. There was a lot of fathers actually fighting their mothers as well as a result, because money is coming in now, and then people fighting over the money instead of looking after their kids. I'm telling you, Jongkor, now, there were kids that were claimed to be looked after. Jongkor, sorry, Jongkor.
It's okay. Yeah.
I'm really sorry here.
No, it's okay.
You see, yeah, there were kids that were claimed to be looked after when actually they were not. They were just left hungry. They were just left out there not being looked after, and even they were not even taught to learn. So now you see the gap. You see the gap has been created. You see the problem has been created. The communities were all fragmented, and actually there was no cohesion between mothers and fathers at that time. You see, there was a lot going on basically. So that's the degenerate. This is where the whole problem comes, where actually the neglect was done here. But also don't forget, when you start to earn money, you start to live that high lifestyle. And that high lifestyle, when that money was taken away, it's like a little calf suckling that rich milk from the cow. And later on, that was taken away. Then what would happen is just a whole lot of craziness where kids, what they used to have, or what they used to enjoy, is not there anymore. And that's why you see kids now going out in their own way, literally going out there, venturing for their own way to go and get what they used to get before that. But now families can't afford, because that business has been stopped.
Thank you. Now, we talk about this issue of business and forgery. when the government give the fund, because they know that our people, they are coming from very troubling area, they don't have nothing, they have to start from the scratch. They want to help them out. They want their lifestyle to change. They want to give them money to start the business so they can catch up with the rest of, of the citizens who are living there. Do you think our people, does that justify for them to do it wrong, or just to say, oh, they are not watching, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to steal? Now, on this question, I'm having a hard time phrasing question here. Do you think the government here have a right, because actually they have tested South Sudanese, they have given them an opportunity, they did what they supposed to do, but yet people are not doing it in the right way. So when they go to the media and say these people are, are not good, and we test them, we did this, and they keep doing this, do you think that's not coming from frustration that they are facing with South Sudanese community there?
To some extent, my brother, what? Look, the whole idea or the whole business that has been shut down. So even in this discussion, is irrelevant. What's really relevant to all of us, and I believe our problem are all universal, are the issues that we are facing with young people here now. The issues we are facing with young people now are some serious issues, I'm telling you. Because as I said earlier, these young people, these are the people that we would anchor on. If you are 30 now and above, 30 years from now, we see these young people to look after us. And we live in a liberal democratic world where actually in the Western world, there's something that's called the age care. We are aging, but yet we live longer. So if the younger generation now literally are embroiled in the criminal justice system, they are entangled, who is going to look after these people here in Australia or even back home in South Sudan? Because now the younger people are the ones that are facing the brunt of the criminal justice. They are the ones that are actually dropping out in high rate, let us say, in school. They are the ones, perhaps even younger people now, they can't be fed. You can't go to school, like in this country, and be hungry. That is not on. But these are the real issues that we are facing. So the issue now is not even about the family daycare. The family daycare is a gone case. It has been closed down a long time ago, and I had members of my community going to prison, and more will go to prison. Women, men, young people will be going to prison. So the issue now is young. Yeah, is young people. Our issues now we are facing now are the young people. What are we going to do to save the community? Because if we save the young people, then we have saved the community.
Thank you. So now, and that's one of the part of our discussion today, juvenile. So, and what is the root cause? That those kids, they go and break the shops, break the malls, and steal the golds and beat up people. What is the root cause then? Because we have parents, we have fathers, we have mothers. They are working, they get support from the government, but yet the kids are still going out. What it is? Is it a failure from the family, or a freedom without responsibility? What it is?
I think it is a culmination of both things that you have just raised, Jongkor. First of all, the system which has been set here is outrightly remove the power parents used to have back home. So now you got parents where their right to discipline their kids has been removed. Even if you shout at a kid today here in Australia, that would be considered to be a psychological damage to that child. So parents are actually, they live in fear, in a sense that if they discipline their kids, that's an issue. Then you come to the idea that you have just raised, and that is the freedom that we have in this country, where a young person has the right to ask, have the right to even venture out. That's another issue. Another issue is the fact that now our young people, they have been infiltrated by criminals from other ethnicities. I might not be able to give them name here now, but they've been used to sell even drugs, right? So that's another big issue that we're facing. And then you have the breakdown of the families. During the war that have just broke out in 2013, a lot of families went into actually breakdown, where actually a father might have gone back home because when we gained our independence, a lot of parents went back home, like fathers particularly in South Sudan. Or some of them even went back home because of the war that have taken place. And then you have the issues where actually this family daycare, when it came through, then there was an infighting was going on. And I will tell you this, We have got the highest since 2012 up to now. We have got the highest order of intervention orders being pitted against fathers or even against children or
You talk,
children against their own parents. Yeah,
you talk
intervention
about
orders
protective order to restrain them away from their
to
children and.
restrain them away.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you have a father who has been restrained away from his kids, then what do you expect him? Because you need father. You know, fatherhood is very. You need a role model in that family homes.
Mhm.
So this we got only a huge cohort of mothers being left alone with these kids to look after them. And sometimes you have a mother who is looking after 6 kids, and you know how difficult it is in the Western world to
Mhm.
look after even one child. It's very demanding, and this is where a lot of things are happening. And then you have got people whom have got problems. So when you have that restraining order against a father or even a child, then people want to get back at each other one way or another.
Mm.
So you have a mother who would really, let us say, psychologically abuse a child because child will be given all sort of names that his father is this, his father and that turned that child away to run away from the home. And then you have a father who's been chased out from home, and the mother is looking after these kids in a very nice way, let us say, is looking after them properly. But that father is not happy. So what they would do, they work hard to even seduce his children to hate the mother or even to get them out of the house. So you see that goes in cycle. And then there's an issue here. I would touch base on it quickly,
Mm.
and I know it's a very contagious issue. And
Mm.
that is, there's this idea now where actually, if a father is gone, he's been given that restraining order, then a mother or even that man who have moved away from the family home would acquire, let us say, another partner. When that another partner
A
comes in,
girlfriend.
then they would say, yeah, girlfriend. And then you would have equally, you would have a mother
Mm.
of his children saying that now I want a boyfriend or maybe I want another partner as a man in the family. So when that man comes to the family and he's alien, of course, to those children, the kids rebel. I see this every day. Kids rebels. They do not want to be with that man in that house. They
Mhm.
do not want any stranger. They want their father. So these are the issues that we are facing basically within our own community. These are the real issues that we're facing. There's another issue even with those houses that are really looking after their kids, and the mother and mom are working and they're looking after their kids.
Mhm.
The boredom is killing them. My brother,
Jongkor.
uh, Jongkor. You do have boredom is killing these young people. Where actually now, yes, they've been fed, yes, they've been looked after, but there's no other activities that would engage on. Let us say in sports or even been taken abroad or been taken on holiday during the Christmas time somewhere else. Our people think if you're feeding your kids and they sit at home and they're teenagers, they will look after themselves. That is wrong, because these kids need to be engaged elsewhere. They need to introduce themselves to one another, to other young people. They need to get out there and exert their potentials. And there's a lack of unemployment. Kids in this country, age 16 and a half, you're allowed to work. But these kids don't have employment during the holidays. It's another problem. And then, of course, you have got the families where actually young kids or young people are, are actually seriously hungry. They're hungry because these parents are relying on welfare. You call the Social Security back home in United States,
Yeah, it's
and this
actually it's a
Social Security
welfare. It's
money,
social security for
this
someone who is
welfare,
disabled. Yeah.
that's right, this welfare money is not enough. It cannot pay for your rent. It cannot pay for your clothing. Cannot pay for all other things, other incentives. But there's always solution somewhere out there, somewhere there. Our people don't know how to access these solutions, and that's why I always speak up.
Yeah. Well, you touch very, very important issues, Ring. I do see here when we migrate or when we run away from that country. First of all, we were facing, war, human rights abuses. There is no food. People were struggling. Don't you feel like now we reached that destination where there are more opportunity, there is job, there is money, there is help, to sustain, reasonable or decent life? Is it what? Is it a culture shock? What it is? Because in my opinion, the parent, a father and a mother, they're supposed to take that an opportunity. Actually, it is an opportunity for us to put our thing together and work, cooperate, so we can achieve more. We can do more. We can do more rather than fighting for a small thing. Because the government is not going to give you money to get richer. It's not.
Yeah.
And in case of Australia, I do see that Actually, there is an opportunity for people to work and save money so they can go to vacation with their children. So they can do more and more and more. So what it is it a culture shock? Because there is something here, you know, not right here. Or is it a revenge? What it is, you know?
Uh, you see, Jongkor, the issue is quite multifaceted. It's not only one direction. It is have got many different dimensions. As I said earlier, we do have a highly qualified young people within this country, but because of racial prejudiceness, I don't want to use word racism because it's too strong for us here in Australia, and most Australians don't like this word. But this is what is really happening. So basically, we do have a lot of a high number of cohorts or young people who are really graduate. And to say this, it's not like we don't have so many successful people working. We do, but not to that level where actually our community, the entire community will be employed. What I'm saying here, that racial prejudiceness in employment areas is something is there. It's something we can't do about it. And also, it's all about connection too. If you graduate as an accountant today, you want to work, let us say, in the bank, then you need to have the connection to be able to work in the bank. It's not outrightly you just putting your resume and you'll be accepted. So these are the issues that we're facing. But also, my brother Jongkor, the idea that we need to rely on the government only to employ all of us, that itself is wrong. That itself is wrong. We need to venture out and establish our own businesses so we can employ our people that are coming out from prison, young people, and even women who don't have English skills. You know, we need to have our own businesses. We are huge. We are a huge community here in Victoria, and that's why I usually echo, or rather, I preach this most of the time. We need to be self-independent, self-reliant. We need to establish our own businesses so we can employ our people. As I speak to you now, the federal government have got money that can give to the community to establish their own businesses, like the Walmart. You guys have got a Walmart. You guys, we can establish something similar to that. You guys do have Target. We can establish our own Target. We can establish our own Chevron or maybe Shell businesses here. The money is out there, but we are not united. We didn't come together to lobby for us to be given that money without even interest rate. And even we will be given an opportunity, this money to be invested right and to be managed right by the government for 15 years before we start paying back, until we are seen successful. But yet we are not using these skills. And this, as I talk many times, every time I give an interview, is the fact that we are not really utilizing our educational successes. You learning, having a degree is something else, but you practicing it is the real deal. If you're an accountant, if you're a businessman today, you graduate from business administration, you do not need to hang your degree to gather the dust, and while you're just sitting out here playing cards and dominoes. And these are things that are happening. People are politicking more than working. And this is against what I think myself. My philosophy is this. We were created to be brought into this world. There's two things that govern all of us. And that is time, and the purpose of your existence is for you to be productive. And we are not productive enough. So the idea of us is true. Something that you have just said there is true. Some of us aren't really applying themselves enough. But also the blame, it doesn't fall on them completely, because racial prejudice in the employment sector is there, whether in private sector or even a government sector. So what do? We need to venture out. We need to seek a new beginning, right? To have our own business and to employ our own people and to employ even young people that are struggling right now, because boredom is destroying them.
Right. In every society, there's so many problems, you know, happen. I mentioned that in the United States, there is a lot of crime happen here. People don't hear more about, you guys don't hear more about them because the authority deal with them. We have the local police, we have the state police, we have the FBI, we have all these things, you know. But yeah, they deal with it accordingly. Now, South Sudanese community, there's bad apples, of course. There are some people who cause problems. They go and steal, they go and fight, they go in the party and stay in the door. And instead of going inside and sitting down, they just talk, they shout, they do all these things. Now, does that mean all the entire community is bad? Does that mean all South Sudanese in Australia as a whole are bad? That question, actually, the reason I'm asking that question, what the channels of communication have you used with authorities in Australia? Because, you know, to overcome that. Because I have seen many over and over again, the media, the Channel 7, they've been talking about, South Sudanese community. Generalization. What is the right way that you guys have addressed that issue? Because if they keep doing that, actually it's gonna, undermine all the entire community. And then those who want to raise up and become something, they will not see that, happening to them. So how have you dealt with that as a community?
Yeah, look, my brother Jongkor, the issues that you have just raised, I've just said earlier. In Australia, we're not immune from social injustice. And this is what we are seeing. We are not immune from social prejudice.
Yes.
This is something out there. And as I said earlier, because look, the competition is very stiff. And those who have got white privileges, as you guys might have heard in the United States, they feel they have been challenged. So the things that you see happening for us here, and don't forget, even our stories today, our stories are used to make huge amount of money. When media outlets die down, they have to use our names. And let me just answer that question you have just asked, which is at the beginning of your questioning. Look, in our community, we are the best community that you will ever come across, in the sense that we are very polite, we respect other people. The things that you are seeing now, and they're not South Sudanese. I hate it when people say like South Sudanese have committed youth, South Sudanese youth. No, they're not South Sudanese youth. These are Australian. These are young Australian. They were born in Australia. They were born in Australia, and they were bred in Australia. So basically, these are Australian-born citizens. So when I saw the far right talking the other day, Mr. Carter Blair talking over there, saying that I'm Australian, I'm Australian-born and Australian-bred. That itself, that idea, or that word he echoed, have just been tilted upside down, in the sense that these kids now, they're branded to be criminals. They were born here in Australia. These are Australian. We are good people, and we are hard-working people contributing massively to this country. We are taxpayers, and there's some industries, like the meat industry is standing in its feet right now. The abattoir are standing because of us. And if you see the construction which is going on in Melbourne and in Sydney and elsewhere, is because of us. And actually, we are consuming. We are actually stimulating this economy so badly. We are spending a lot of money. If you look at the people who spend a lot of money in the state of Victoria, it's us. So the idea that we are lazy, or the idea that we are bad, that is wrong. In fact, it's a very tiny bit of young people. The reason I'm saying this, we are not bad people. There's no way you would find somebody who's over 30 have committed a heinous crime. Yes, there's a few here and there, right? They'll commit some really bad crime, but you don't see it in that magnitude where other mainstream does. I'll tell you now, we are the least people who are actually committing crime in all of Australia. The mainstream are committing more crime than another ever, and all other ethnicities, they are ahead of us. So I want you guys, my brothers out there in the States and elsewhere, don't buy into this idea that the South Sudanese are going out there, are going to mock and causing mayhem and causing crime, and they're actually committing all the crime that are happening in Australia or in Victoria. That is wrong. To come to your question that you have just asked me too, the idea that what we have done. When I come to this leadership, right, the first thing I did, when Channel 7 put out the most grotesque, the most fictitious reporting, a documentary that was done, I personally went out on live video, and it's still trending out there now on social media. I tackled every bit of the law, and I challenged them. Since then, the word of thug and gangs and upper gangs were removed. And in fact, what happened afterward, secondly, when that documentary was reported, there was a second protest was actually designed, and actually we designed it in my office, and that protest went out and was very successful at Channel 7. As we speak to you now, that generalization, to some extent, it had really become abysmal. And you don't see reporting in a daily basis like they used to, that's the way it used to be before I came to this leadership. So we are challenging this mantra. And in fact, even Senator Anning, I have really invited him to come and speak to us, because I believe anybody who's making all this grotesque writing or even reporting, these individuals don't know us when they talk of us ill, right? We are here to educate one another, to educate these senators, and also these senators to know our community better, because they are not well informed. They are not well informed, and they never saw somebody as my color. I'm very proud black person. I'm very proud to be a South Sudanese, and this is what I tell people most of the time. You do not need to hate me because of my color. Hate me for my character, what I do bad, what I do wrong, right? So there's this idea. What they're trying to do here, my brother Jongkor, they want people to self-inflict themselves, to self-infliction, where people have to hate one another, where the community have to be pitted against one another. And I see that most of the time. The families where kids have committed, let's say, crimes, are looked at to be the villain by other South Sudanese people whom haven't seen their kids go to that processes. But what I tell them, I say, look, we are all in it. Whether your child hasn't been caught today or hasn't committed a crime today, we are all in it. Let us stand together to tackle these issues. That's what I say. Mothers, fathers, brothers, uncles, we need to stand together to step out these issues and to protect them. In fact, these young people, they need protection.
Okay, thank you. So now, Mr. Ring, you talk about that senator and others, you know. Do you think the media outlet in Australia, they are doing this for political gain or something like that?
Look, I don't know why you're asking that, but that is the larger chunk. That's the idea. It's to drive, because as you know, we are very laid back people here in Australia. Australia, they're very laid back. They don't even take in any harsh language that people use. We are very laid back. And when you bring the issue of, let us say, gangs and South Sudan causing havoc and mayhem, that generates the discussion. And these politicians want something to hang on to, in fact, to use as a football, right? Our community has been used as a football for anybody who aspires to wanting to have a seat, or even to be a senator, or even to be an MP. The only source, the only subject you could use today for you to be repelled forward is the community, such as South Sudanese community. Because we stand out, Jongkor, we stand out, my brother, everywhere we go. Our issues stand out even in the media. And that is something that a lot of people would use to even sell papers, to even sell themselves to the community, to the entire mainstream in Australia. And that's why you have seen Mr. Fraser Anning, the senator from Queensland now, is registering his own party now. He wants to be an independent. He wants to be a part of the far right or far left, the One Nation party. So our community, it is the subject.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, Sas Ring, we have talked about corruption. We have talked about all this, you know, thing that happening with the community and sort of thing. What is the final solution? What can be done by the community to avoid the juvenile problem? The parent can go back, you know, and do their job. And also for those political organizations to treat South Sudanese as a decent citizen in Australia, rather than thinking them they are thugs, they are criminals, and they are just coming here to take an opportunity. What needs to be done? What the way forward from your office and others there?
Look, Jongkor, the answer isn't that really simple. But what's really, really important for us to be able to tackle these issues is community coming together, and also bringing along other community leaders, other African and other ethnicities to come along with us, for us to devise a solution that would work better for the community. And if you look carefully, as I said earlier, the issue, or even the answer isn't straightforward, is the fact that even the criminal justice system that you see in this country, including the correction and the facilities where people are in prison, they depend on this kind of things that happen in our community. So the police has to do work, and that is also now people that we need people that to be used as a scapegoat. Back then, even in 90s or even in 80s, they were the indigenous people of this country. They're the one who felt the brunt of the cycle of the criminal justice system, whether it's policing, the court, and then the prisons. So that's another aspect of it. I'm not saying like the government does this thing intentionally, but actually there's a fault line here. Our young people, a very simplistic thing, a very simple stuff, such as you understanding the law of this country and respecting them, is something destroying us. We seem to be reactionist. Even when a police is asking for simple issues, you magnify it, right? You magnify it. You be considered to be a public menace. and the consequences of you being a public menace, you'll be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got arrested, that's an issue. So that is one thing. But the way I look at it is how we need to prevent this thing at the grassroots level. That is at the parent level. We need to make sure that the community unit have to be brought together again. Parents, mother, and a father have to work together to look after their kids. We are the only people where actually every time I go to shop, I go to school, where I see young kids loitering around in the city or even in shopping mall. And if you look at Kawajat, they're hanging on to their kids to the extent that they put a leash in their neck. So the kid wouldn't run away to go and break things or even jump into things hurting themselves.
Mm.
A very small things such as you actually looking after your kids is a part of the solution. And then we need to engage kids in the schools. We need some really good mentors. And this time there's no excuse because now 15 years we've been in Australia. I believe people are well cognizant, well learned, well educated. We need to follow through what are the kids are learning in the schools. Sometimes, my brother, I see kids wandering until 11 p.m. wearing a uniform. You're like in grade 6 and 7, you're still wearing a uniform at 11 and 12 at night. Who's responsible for that? It's the parents. You should track your kids to see where they are going and you look after them. We don't see that in our community. So in the end, the bigger responsibility, the bigger chunk falls back in our community. We need to feed our kids. We need to feed them, right? We need to feed them properly. We make sure that actually they go to schools happy. When they come back from the schools, they're expecting to eat and they're expecting to do their homework. So the whole thing, I'm not saying like people are hungry to that extent, but some families need to do that kind of stuff. And if you're struggling financially, and this is something a lot of people don't understand, is the fact that the government of this country is very generous. If your child don't have, let us say, breakfast in the school or lunch, you'll be assessed, and your kids will be given a yearly lunch that would even attract these kids to go to schools. A lot of our people aren't really exploring that. Another issue, the gambling now is a big issue in our community, my brother. You know, it's a bigger issue. Parents are gambling than any other time. People want to have a quick money. They want to be millionaires. So if you're given a welfare money, instead of you investing in your kids, not everybody, by the way, but a lot of people, right, in our community are fallen victim to gambling. So they're going out there to gamble, to have a quick money or to have a quick richness. Another thing, our kids are easily used in the schools. So the drugs could be sold and they could be used as careers. And we have got young people dying as a result of being a courier, being a drug courier, right? So these are the issues that are facing. And also as leaders here, and I've seen a lot of people have done writing. I've written a very good program. It's like a 2-year program. If I would have given the money, we would have done some really good stuff. It's for us to have a place where actually young people would come and coalesce and meet with other young people and learn from one another. And even strategizing with community leaders, people in their age, right? To be able to think of themselves, what they really want to do, even to embetter themselves, not the entire community or even going back home. It's for each one of them to succeed. We don't have these spaces, my brother, Jongkor. We don't have spaces where we can bring our young people together or even to run the program. We don't have the means and financial incentive to do these things. And yet, we do have people claiming millions of dollars in our names to run this program, but we don't see an impact. What I ask for is to have an impact. Can you make an impact in our community? I don't care how small it is, I'll be good with you. But we're not seeing that impact. We're seeing reports after reports being written yearly basis, what they have done, but actually nothing is done for the community.
Okay. Now, I have another question here. I know there are challenges, wherever, human go. Being a baby, you face your own challenges, you try to walk up, you try to grow, you try to talk, you try to do all these things. Now, and change is inevitable. Change will happen whether we like it or not. Whether anyone like it or not, change actually is something that happened. Those Europeans, they used to live in huts long time ago, and their environment is terrible, like they have snow. Here in the United States, so terrible, they have snow. They used to depend on wood, and then they start developing everything. Now, I have seen something in my society, the Sudanese communities all over the world, it seemed like we resist change. We resist and persist change all the time. And that actually has given us, problems. So what I mean by this, change is inevitable. For instance, back home, a typical African man, it will go to work. Whether he's a villager, he will farm, will go to bring wood and whatever. A wife will cook, okay, will shower, bathe the kids. Are you hearing me? It looks like we have some technical problem there, I hope, because there is very, very, very important point here I wanted to make, and I want to ask question on that regard, actually. So, Ring, you, but if you can send in a request, we are almost about to be done here, but this is very important question that I wanted to ask you. So please go ahead and send me so we can wrap it up. Just resend the request. I know that somebody called you, and we can wrap it up here real quick. Ring, go ahead and send me a request so I can bring you back. I know we are about to be done. Please. There is just one more question. It's very, very important question, by the way. Ring, if you are there, please go ahead and send in a request, and I'll bring you in. So Ring, if you are back, go ahead and send me a request. Or maybe you run out of battery, because sometimes if you run out of battery, that's what happens. Okay, now I hope Ring is hearing me, and what I try to say in the area that I wanted to ask question, actually, this is what happened. My brother here said that it's only those who are in US, in Canada, and Australia are the ones that are resisting, the change. Actually, if you realize, it's not necessarily for you to say that, oh, I don't want change, I don't want change, for people to recognize that you are resisting change. Our people, actually, they are resisting change. And that's why I brought the issue of a typical African, a typical of South Sudanese husband. That's why I brought that issue up. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means an African man or a South Sudanese man go to work, go to whatever farm and cut the wood and bring them home. The job actually has been divided, and we know that. A woman would stay home and cook and take kid shower and do all kind of thing, and and even though in other communities it will go and do a lot of hard work sometimes at home, okay, and woman has been recognized, and she has just to go with it whether she like it or not. That's the reality. Now what I mean here, we don't need to resist change. We are not living in South Sudan, and you in Australia, or whether in Victoria or in Adelaide or in Melbourne or Sydney, you are not living in South Sudan whereby whatever you say it can go. You are living in a country that actually they come along. There is a women's rights. There are so many things there. There is equality, there is equal pay, there is equal in the treatment and so forth. So the question that I was going to ask Mr. Ring, have you ever thought about South Sudanese men, married men, or young men, those who are on the way to get married too, to get together, you know, and speak to themselves. This is the way, you know, people deal with their spouses in the West. Okay? The tone, the way we are interacting. What do we need to do? We need, you know, to equalize things. But it doesn't mean that you will give away all your rights. You have right. Respect has to be there. Okay? We have to have boundaries, and we have to work together. If there isn't a way that men in that city, they can get together and say, there is a challenges, there is a real change, and we have to cooperate with the change, because now we are not living in our home, because you will be saying that, oh, this woman is not listening to me, and I am the top, you know, head of this house. You got to listen what I said. If you don't want to listen, okay, it's not good. And then the kids will be victim. If there isn't a way they can get, I don't want to speak in the women, because I don't want to be taken out of context, because if I go that way, maybe one lady will come here later, and then she will propose something as well, you know. Have you ever had that kind of, you know, a dialogue or a conversation among the men, married South Sudanese men in Australia, to get together and say, these are the challenges that we are facing. How are we going to react if there is any problem? If you are coming from work, if something happened, how are we going to cooperate? How are we going to work this thing together? Because back home is different. So that's what my question that I wanted to ask Mr. Ring, but it looked like, you know, for some reason, the network or somebody called him. And oh yeah, I saw he's back here. So let me go ahead and bring you, and then you can go ahead. We will be wrapping it up real quick there. So Ring, I'm calling you now. I'm calling you right now. Hopefully, go ahead and answer that. It appears the network is not doing well so far from your end. Yeah, I'm trying really hard, Andrew, to bring him back. And Andrew, I'll bring you too. I want to bring you here. So Ring, I'm still calling you, still dialing. All right, is it, you know, connection fell. Maybe the area that you move in is not, maybe the area that you are sitting in is not accepted, because it fell. But I'm trying one more time. Just move to the area that you were standing. It might work properly. Okay, Ring, it looks like it's not. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Andrew. It looks like it's not going forward for Ring. So let me go ahead and see. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead now and call you Isaac Paul. And then Ring, keep trying so I can bring you, because we didn't finalize. Network is giving you a hard time, man. Okay, that one didn't work. Andrew, send me a request. I don't understand. Why is someone sending a request and decline?
الو السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة. تفضل.
الحمد لله، شكرا على الفرصة. يا أنا بس داير أشارك في حاجة مهمة شديد.
So انتي مدام ميمو.
Sorry?
انتي مدام ميمو right? مدام ايزاك ميمو.
أيوة أنا مدام مومو. أيوة.
Okay. Go ahead. تفضلي.
أي بس ثانيتين عشان أيوة ألو.
يا تفضلي.
أيوة أنا داير أشارك في حاجة مهمة جدا. تعرف عيال ديل عيالنا.
نعم.
وحقيقة يعني بونسوا. إحنا ما ممكن نتحرك من الواقع. ده حاجة أنا شخصيا أنا واجهته. أنا شخصيا حاجموني في بنك مع عيال جنوبين زي يعني جنوبين. أنا يعني ده حاجة كان مؤسف جدا. شفت كيف؟ أنا مشيت البنك عشان نعمل ويدرو، فهم جو زي 3 شباب جا هاجمونا في البنك. فأنا كنت أنا كنت مصدومة جدا. زي يوم الأحد كده إحنا قعدنا كده مع بعض كأمهات في كنيسة ناقشنا الموضوع ده. يا جماعة الحل شنو؟ في النهاية ده عيالنا. فأنا كان أنا لقيت أجوبة سلبية. أجوبة سلبية جدا.
من وين؟
أول حاجة
من المهاد اللي انت مشيت قعدت معاهم بقيت أجوبة سلبية؟
في ميلبورن. أنا في سيدني. أي لأنه أول حاجة الرد اللي أنا لقيته قال يا أخي يا مدام أول حاجة عيال ده ما عيالنا، ده عيال ناس فلان وفلان وفلان. أنا قلت أوكي في النهاية ده الجنوبين. والموضوع ده حسي وصل على مستوى بتاعت استراليا عام. وإحنا بقينا صراحة بقينا منبوذين. وإحنا لو إحنا ما راعينا ما حلينا الجذور بتاعت المشكلة ده بيأثر ما مش مستقبلنا بس، لكن بيأثر ما مستقبل بتاعت عيالنا. أولا حسي صراحة والله العظيم بقى ما في فرص. عيالنا حسي كيف حرام. حتى في الجامعات وفي المدارس هم بقوا منبوذين. ليه؟ لأنه إحنا كجنوبيين إحنا ما متوحدين واحد. إحنا ككوميونيتي إحنا ما دايرين نشوفوا في بعض بيسألوا هم دايرين حل الجذور بتاعت مشكلة، لكن في تفكك.
يا مدام عندي أسألك سؤال.
في تفكك.
أنت في رؤيتك أنت تفتكر تربية الطفل ده مسؤولية بتاع أبوين ولا مسؤولية بتاع كوميونيتي؟ مين اللي عنده؟
والله
مين اللي عنده مثلا المهمة الأكبر هي أبوين ولا ده كوميونيتي؟
سوري صوتك قاعد يجيني متذبذب كده. أنا ما تعرف.
أنا قلت يا أخي التربية بتاع الأطفال ده مسؤولية بتاع أبوين ولا مسؤولية بتاع كوميونيتي في المقام الأول؟
ده مسؤولية بتاعنا كله بتاع أي جنوبي. يعني أنا بشوف في اقتراحي ده مسؤولية بتاعت أي جنوبي في أستراليا، مسؤولية بتاعنا كلنا. يعني إحنا كلنا مع بعض نقعد كده ونشوف الحاصل شنو، لأنه ده بيحدد مستقبل بتاع العيال بتاعنا. أنا عندي مثال حي في في محل الشغل اللي أنا شغال فيه، في واحد خواجي مرة قام ناداني قال لي يا إيمة تعالي. أنا زمان جيت وهو قام قال لي يا أخي صراحة أنتوا عندكم South Sudanese community هنا. قلت all of Australia هنا عندنا communities. قال انتوا من المفترض يعني تقعدوا مع بعض تشوفوا جذور المشكلة شنو، لأنه صراحة بعد شوية يعني حكومة حتغير سياساتها وما حيكون لصالحنا.
يا أنا سامعينك كويس، واصل. احنا سامعينك.
أي بس شوية كده أنا ما سامعك كويس.
يعني أنا سامعينك. now الرسالة أنت داير تقول شنو؟ الرسالة أنت داير توجهه عشان مثلا نعمل ريفرس للسيتويشن الساوث سودانيز كوميونتي موجودين فيه في أستراليا. يعني رسالتك الأخيرة شنو يا مدام؟
سوري صوتك ما
واضح.
واضح.
نتورك هناك فيها مشكلة كبير. maybe just stick around، ممكن أنا نجيبك تاني لأنه النتورك فيها مشكلة. الناس كلها سامعيني هنا. Let me go ahead here and bring you استاذ رينج انت لو موجود، لكن انا بجيب المدام برضه لسه انا بجيبه عشان نقدر تكمل الكلام بتاعه. بس network is giving her a hard time، ما قدرنا نصل. هي ما قاعد يسمعنا، نحن بنسمعها لكن ما اوكي. استاذ رينج I'm calling you right now، go ahead and answer please. All right, I'm glad you are back. معلش بكون في زول اتصل بك، somebody called you and then drop the thing out. Maybe you have heard my question.
أنا سمعت question بتاعك.
Okay.
ممكن أرد عليك باللغة العربية؟
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I think الأختي اللي اتكلمت قبلي أنا I think هي إجابة على الإجابة بطريقة كويس. الأبهات طبعا شنو they're the one who bear the sole responsibility. يا جونكور. هنا الأبهات هم they bear the sole responsibility of their kids. And I can't stress it enough. أنا ما أعرف إنت how you would maintain your kids and how you look after them. أنا ما أعرف لأن أي زول عنده سياسات معينة في البيت بتاعه بيقدر يعمل شنو؟ بيقدر يدير البيت بتاعه.
نعم.
So the sole responsibility fall squarely on parents. And أنا كcommunity is to support you. أنت لما تجي تقول لي يا أخي يا رين أنا عندي مشكلة مع عيالي كذا كذا كذا. ولا أنا مثلا أنا ما عندي أي حاجة هنا عشان عيالي ماشيين مدرسة وهم جعانين ما عندهم قرش مواصلات. This is the way I would step in. بقدر أعمل لك حل. أنت تقول لي يا رين يا أخي أنا عيالي داير أوديهم شنو مكان تاع سبورت، داير أوديهم في مكان تاع رياضة. بتعرف النادي أنا ما عندي قرش مثلا عشان أسجلهم. أنا بقدر شنو I can run the support for you. لأن في ناس I can go and lobby and write for them and then they would assist you. المشكلة الناس بتاعنا يا جونكور لما يكون في مشكلة ده people feel ashamed to come forward.
They hide it.
They hide it. أنا يعني في أقول لك مثل بسيط. في مرة اتكلمت معها وأنا قلت لها أخي أنت ورينا الحقيقة. جانا بتاعك ده عمل شنو؟ عشان ما مش نفسي أقف قدام القاضي وأمشي أقف في السايد بتاع جانا بتاعك وفي النهاية شنو proven wrong. أنا مش argue the case very well. لكن يا أخوي جونكور then when they play the video was very shocking. مرة رجع قال له شنو؟ هي ضحكت. قال له والله أنا ما كنت أعرف جنابي أعمل حاجات زي ده. يعني في النهاية simply that's what she said. كلام الجاج قالوا لا ما كلامها كويس. قال لي you hear blatantly not being ashamed of what you're saying and the case you're arguing. You're defending a criminal who actually now you're siding with him. ده كلام أنا سمعته شنو من الجاج. So ناس بتاعنا كلمة إنه تقبل الحقيقة ذاته لناس ناس معينين كلامنا ما يخش في راسهم. And let me come back a little bit. You asked earlier about those who are getting married and those who are yet to be married. What they're doing.
Yeah, and
My
I was
brother,
saying that, yeah, change is inevitable. We cannot resist change all the time because what I have seen in our communities,
change it is inevitable.
yeah,
it
people
is.
are resisting change. So you move to the West, and there is a way people conduct themselves to the West. There is a way, you know, a wife, a girlfriend. There is a way that, you know, you can conduct yourself. So
and I'm telling you, we all messed it up. We all messed it up. As I speak to you now, a new law have just been announced pertaining if you got a spouse back home انت بدك تجيب مرة ولا بدك تجيب راجل بتاعك انت كبيت مثلا القانون هسه اتغير. القانون now for you to bring somebody back home كعروسة ولا كعريس you must be granted first, and the waiting time now بقى 3 سنين.
wow.
عشان انت يعملوا لك proof وعشان تجيب مرة بتاعك مثلا ولا عشان البنت تمشي تجيب راجلها من جنوب السودان ولا من السودان من اي مكان 3 سنين. And why? It's because انا هنا بنمشي جنوب اخواننا بمشي جنوب بيسيبوا نساوينهم هنا ما طلقوهم ذات. واحد بيمشي يتزوج بيجيب واحده. عندي اختي هنا بيسيب راجلها هنا ما طلقها بيمشي يجيب لها شنو؟ واتشاب من مصر من وين بيجيبوا هنا كراجل. وانت لسه ما طلقت الدور.
That's actually illegal because you have to finish the divorce process before even, you know, married another one.
I'm telling you, this country is the best country you would ever come across. Jongkor, my brother. Now the law have been tightened up. The only person you could bring to this country now is your parents. The parents بتاعك هنا ده بتجيبهم. Parents بتاعك كمان they have to be over 50 عشان هم يجوا. Now law they've been implemented. انت حتى لو انت زار if you manage تجيب عروسة بتاعك هنا ولا تجيب عريس بتاعك هنا ده, you have to pay every 10 years. You have to renew the visa and you have to pay money. We threw it all away. زي الشباب اللي حصل قاعدين هنا دول والشباب قاعدين ما تزوجوا قبل القانون ده يجي would affect them. We do things that destroy our own lavish even opportunities are given to us. وده اللي شنو؟ الناس انت تمشي تتزوج بنت الناس تجيبها هنا ده ولو تمشي تجيب ود الناس يجيبها هنا ده بفارق منها مطار ومشاكل بقوم من المطار.
Wow.
You know وجاء اتضح انه ذاته يعني في النهايه بعد ما تتزوج بعد ما تيجي هنا ده بيجي بظهر حاجات ثانيين. يعني ادام انت شنو يديسكفر انت زول انت تزوج الاول ولا انت زول انت مشيت زوجتيه ده اخوي ده بيجي بينقلب عليك والديسكفر انه يعني هي انت مشيت جبتيه ده يعني انت ما لايقه بالنسبه له. These are the issues that we are facing in a community, and we have just forfeited some of opportunities that we were really enjoying in this country. So نرجع شويه للموضوع بتاع عيال. People, if we are all sensible.
And I wanted to add something before you go there, Ring. I was saying that if there is any way, men, they can get together in that city, in that particular city of Melbourne, to avoid all this family breakout, and you know, and face the challenge of life there. How we want to behave, because this thing has changed now. This is not South Sudan. In South Sudan, you give order, you do this, a woman will follow you, whatever you want her to do. Just she will keep quiet and do whatever you want to do. It's not going to happen in Australia. It's not going to happen in the US. It's not going to happen in Australia. These are different countries. They have different laws. So now, manhood and young people who wanted to get married, wanted to go to that life, sat together and said, listen, we have challenges. This is how we are going to conduct ourselves if there is a problem. So to avoid family breakout, is anything such like that happen?
I'm telling you, let me just go back a little bit. Our people, let us say,
go ahead.
It sounds like we are all here in chaos. There's a lot of successful families. Majority of them are very successful. It's just a few whom aren't really successful. Another thing that I would like to bring into light as well. I personally have experience where young girls have given birth to kids. Nearly 6 of them now. They're very young. They're even under 16, right? I'm talking about 14, 15 years old giving birth. So we do have a culture now where young girls are giving birth at a very young age. And yet, when they reach that level of maturity in their 25th or even 21, 23, 24, they discover actually they have ended up with the wrong person. So that is an automatic, divorce. And then even that young girl or even that young man would totally forget about that child that he have just fathered. And my sister, who have just given birth to that child now, want to be a teenager again, want to go out there and enjoy her life and relinquish the responsibilities of being a mother. And we have got a lot of them here. So within 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, we would have this group now were born at this time, at this era, let us say 15, 20 years, 20 years from now, will face the same issue. So there's this young and also ill-informed young people giving birth to kids, and they're leaving them with their grandmothers or grandfathers, right? So now they're relinquishing their responsibility. And that's why it's very important to educate even our young people at a very young age. They need to understand this is a land of opportunity. You do not need to rush to actually, look, there's nothing wrong with marriages here, but at least be mature so you know what you're doing, right? So these are the issues that we are facing. These are the issues that we need to talk of. And to just come back a little bit to the issue that you have just raised, men coming together. Look, if you're saying men coming together, we're talking, that it seems like we have to go and actually, this masculinity, this patriarchal way of doing things, we need to go and discuss. And that's what will come out of that. I would love to see these things being done at the individual base. And even to educate the community, not as men, but as human, women and men coming together to actually figure a way out. Because in this country, masculinity is losing its strength.
We are the loser at the end of the day. We are losing our children, are losing their spouses. We are not moving anywhere. And then that's why they
so what is destroying us, Jongkor, and sorry for interrupting you there, is the fact that we do have a few brothers don't want to leave their own way of thinking about even family or even thinking about the women or even kids. And let me tell you this, some men are easy to give up in these days. They give up to where there's no return. When I go to courts, the only people I see coming to support these young people are only their mothers and their grandmothers. You don't see a grandpa, you don't see a father. And even when I go to prisons, do you know what young people tells me when I go to prison, even women who are in prison, and their numbers are increasing, by the way, women, they tell me we don't see a male father coming to come and visit us. We don't see a male brother coming to visit us. I don't see uncle coming visiting me. I don't see my husband visiting me in the prison. These are the real issues that we're seeing. Because what I have discovered myself is when men give up, they give up to no return. They don't give up. They give up to no return. They don't even have a softer heart where you just say, look, yes, I was angry, but it's a time now to stand with this individual. This is something that we all need to confront, my brother Jongkor. We got a very strong heart where actually we don't reason anymore. And I'm saying, saying this, it's not like men haven't been done some really great damages. A lot of some men have been done some great damages that they are traumatized. And in fact, they need help. They need to be helped. They need to be counseled. They need to be told that actually you haven't lost your masculinity, you haven't lost your patriarchal way of doing things. But this is a system. You need to embrace it because it's a better as well. It's at least تعرف هو بيعيش كيف وحياته كيف وسلوكياته كيف واحترم المكان اللي مشيت فوق ذات. هسه الكلام ده ما في. أنا بقول يا أخي حاجة كنت قاعد أعمل في بيتي ده لازم أنا أعمل في بيت جون ولا أعمل في بيت جونكور. ده بيتك أنت. I cannot behave like that.
I just want to give you a small story. And then he's from somewhere in Africa. He's not a South Sudanese. And Zahir, he got separated with his wife. And then he started paying amount, of his share, to support the children. And then we have a manager working with us. And then all of a sudden, the lunch break, we start talking, and he started bringing the issue up. And he said, this is what happened, man. I'm struggling. I don't know. Can you guys is this law is going to change? and then the manager told him,
the law will never change.
Yeah, you come all the way from Africa to come and change American laws. No,
it would change, my brother.
Because this thing come a long way. It came a long way.
Yes.
So our people, they need to accept the reality. They need to accept the change. And that's what I meant when I talked from the beginning. We need to live with it. If you wanted to live in Australia, if you want to live in the US, there is a certain way people are living. You have to respect the law. Like you gave a good example. When the police pull you over, he's going to ask you driver license, registration, cooperate. That's how it is. It's a law enforcement. It's somebody to enforce the law, nothing else. If you cooperated, everything would be smoothly. You might not even get a ticket, and then you will go. But when you think that, oh, I am a man, why this guy is pulling me up? Well, there is a rules here, and there is a law here, and someone to enforce it. So, Brother Reem, I want you to give a final, a final advice to South Sudanese communities in Australia, to the parent, to the juvenile, and those who don't want, to still living in shadow, and they don't want, to cope up with all this thing happening. And even to our people here in the United States and in Canada as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, as I said earlier, my brother Jongkor, our issues are universal. South Sudanese, our struggle is the same. And we all yearn to be successful where we are abroad, particularly. We are the beacon of our country. We need to do the right thing by our kids. And even those of us who will live a longer life to go back to South Sudan to make a huge difference. We have, and we need to go back in peace. We need to go back and even develop it. We need to go back and help our people and educate them. You see, civil education is something that's very important. If you don't have civil education, that civilization will never come to you. So what I would like to say, all of us here, South Sudan, regardless whether you're a parent or whether you just somebody who's actually in the community working as a leader or as a volunteer, is for us to look at for one another. And for us to unite, we need to unite and work. Actually, شغل ده مهم أكثر من إنه كلام نتكلم. لأن السياسات وكلامنا بشيء زمن. We need to fulfill our purpose of our existence.
And dependency is very important.
Dependency too. Yeah, dependency too. And I believe, and what I would like to say, whether in UK, you're in the United States, or even here in Australia or Canada, please, and we are giving other people ammunition to do harm to us. Police Australia, when I came here, I have lived here now a half of my life in Australia here. These people, they were very calm, policing and the Canada and the Canada. I said right now and I'm not saying like all of us, but some of us are teaching them to be rough and to be even tough. And even the worst would come if we don't adjust to the norms. I'm telling you, my brother, Jongkor, when I go to court, people sometimes, they agree to something they don't understand anything about it. We need to have a better understanding of the system of this country. If you want to understand it, kullana, if you're well read, if you are well versed educationally, please look at the policies, read the policies, and read the laws of this country. Forget about what people say to you out there. That would never damage you. What would damage you is the policy and the laws of the very country that you live in. And also pay attention to the norms. It's ممكن تطلع في برشارة وتقعد تشتم ناس. ممكن تشرب مياه بتاعك مريسة بتاعك بسيط كده. You go and cause havoc. You can't. You must understand the norm of that particular place that you are in. Be aware of your surroundings. And على فكرة, you see, Jongkor, my brother, موت إنسان ده حاجة سهل جدا.
Yes.
And I personally, I'm telling you, and do you know what? Don't expect hajata, human rights and all these things. Yes, these things have just been put there arbitrarily or something we can use as a reference. But if you misbehave, you easily would lose your life. I don't want my people to lose life. Whether young people now who are just stealing cheese and hot chicken and just biscuits and cigarettes, I don't want anybody to be done any harm. I'm not saying like there'll be any harm will be done, but a shar, ربنا ما يجيب أي حاجة بالشكل ده. لكن but it's a time for us. And then the حاجة زي يحصل كلنا we need to go and talk to our young people about it. قول له جناك قول له أنت سمعت حاجة اللي حصل ده؟ في عيال بتاعنا ماشي دقوا security guard ده زول الجنوبي شغال ده شغل بتاعه قاعد يأكل عياله كsecurity guard ماشي دقوا عيال في أمور بتاعكم ده. This way you're educating young people. They'll feel sorry because our young kids, our young people, they're not bad people. I'm telling you. They got egos. They manas kubarandum egotistic behavior where actually, أنا شاهدت الكلام ده. يعني عارف في ناس قالوا يقولوا يا أخي قال زمان قال في زمن تانيانيا ده قال زول بيقول عليه أنت لما ما اديتني انتباه أنا بديك تلقى في راسك. قال له اديني تلقى في راسي. يعني أنت انتباه أنت لو عملت انتباه كده. It's like you've been moved on. The زول قال لك move on. يعني the police move you on. Just move 2 meters away and you're done. It's a lay duk talga في راسك عشان انت you did not move on. ليه دوك تلقى في راسك عشان انت ما اديت superior بتاعك التحية. ده حاجات don't make sense. فمشاكل بتاعنا if we pay attention ده حاجات ممكن نحلها يعني بسهولة جدا جدا. We need to be flexible in our mindset by the way. زول ما يركب راس ساقه. I'm not saying all Europeans like that. Just a few individuals.
Correct.
But then don't be so restrictive toward your kids. Be mindful of the laws of this country. لأن الجنة ده ممكن دخلك في مشكلة، ممكن تخش في السجون. مرة كمان عندها حقوق وعندها قوة انت you cannot fend them as a man. Don't ever put your hands on your women. حتى لو هي ضربتك انت you better get out from the house. لأنه شنو؟ تلم يدينك فيها. This is, look, I'm not sugarcoating here. If you're my brothers, if you're out there, if you have got an issue with your wife, with your girlfriend, don't put your hands on her. Don't ever do it, particularly if you live in the West. Not even in South Sudan. That is an outdated behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So, mashakal, domestic violence, even the laws have changed.
It's not supposed to be,
Australia.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be beating up people anyway. You're supposed to negotiate.
That's right. You should not. You should not at all.
Go ahead.
You should not. You should not. So what I would like to say, and this is the last message, is the fact that even the domestic violent law here in Australia, those who aren't really aware, the discretion Garindu Lanas Zamanda is not there anymore. If you commit any domestic violence, whether you're a man or a woman, you go into prison directly, straight away. For Australia, but that for Melbourne. Al-Ghanun ده تغير. So I will urge all the parents, I will urge all my brothers and sisters, young and old, let us work together, community leaders, عشان عيال بتاعنا ده نحميهم، لأن هم يا مستقبل، هم يا وجود بتاعنا، هم يا respect that we get. They are the people that the system here use even to generate millions of dollars to budget for the entire state or for the entire country. And we are used for political maneuvering, for political monopoly. We need to be cognizant. One voice, we can make a huge change. One voice, we can demand our rights in this country, to be employed, to be given opportunities, to establish ourselves, to run things for ourselves. Even Hassan Agarikalla Maga, Jongkor, my brother, Wana Madaratila Alik. عشان نحن نتكلم freely ذاته, we don't. Let we hiring a place which is not ours. أزول بدينا زمان بسيط معانا بقول يا أخي, you guys must move or get out from this area. أنا هنا كلام بتاعهم بقوله كله. أصل بيني وبينك, with my audience here, with our audience, we are freer because we can talk as long as much the Facebook will give us the time. So أنا داير أشكرك جدا جدا يا my brother Jongkor for أنت صانع اللي دنيله ده. وأنا بشكر كل الجنوبيين المشاهدين. كلكم نحن أخوان وكلنا أحباب ونحن كل الناس واحد وكل شعب واحد. We should not hate ourselves. We should not self-destruct. أنا بشكركم جدا جدا لأن you guys have tuned in. For those particularly in Melbourne, ناس بتاعي who have tuned in. I got up at about 4 o'clock in the morning عشان أنا أتكلم مع Jongkor and also the audience who are with us.
Correct.
I have to get up and I have to do it for my people. I'm very grateful for you watching us and also listening attentively. And perhaps into your solution, you guys who are listening now, you guys are the solution. I'm very grateful to be among you all. My brother Jongkor, we have spoken and you have asked tangible questions that actually require a solution. So أنا بشكركم جدا جدا.
Thank you. Thank you. Sazring and Abashkula Kul Shukur for coming on to speak to the people of South Sudan, in very contagious and very important issue. Thank you so much, Brother Enak from Melbourne. Please try to have a rest and stick around if you want to watch program because a lot of people, they will be weighing in and adding their perspective as well. Thank you.
Don't worry. I will do that. I will just log out. Yes. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. Here you have it, my dear brothers and sisters. It's not always, about politics, about the crisis in South Sudan. We have our own issues here in North America, in Europe, in Australia. And you have seen that in Melbourne. So many problems. South Sudanese have been singling out by behaviors, the children, by behaviors, and that's going to be amalu. Whether in the forgery, in the corrupt business, and kids are breaking up, so many things, It is necessarily for us, to focus, and address this issue. وعلى فكرة مسؤولية الديار ده بيقع على عاتق الوالدين. So you do your part. You cannot just give it up and say, oh, the community is going to take care. Who is the community? Is you. Because community are the people. It starts from the individual. It starts from you there. Like Brother Ring said, show him the bad thing that's happening, the bad example that's happening. You see what happened. Somebody tried to steal, they shot him, something happened. You need to cooperate with the police. You don't need to steal somebody. Cooperate with them. If they need something, no, in the gurush, yes, you provide. As a parent, why you go to work every day? The reason that I go to work every day, I've been saying this for a very long time. The reason I go work every day is because of my children. I want to dress them up. I want to keep the roof on their tops, pay the rent. All right? This is buy them their needs. That's why I go to work every day, because I have that responsibility. But then, behaviors will change. It's not like the way it used to be, like, and whatever is single. And it doesn't give, single people, a right to do whatever they wanted to do. Freedom data bit maratu fi itar ando hudud. You cannot just say I'm free, I can do whatever I want, I can drink and go to the street and shout and hate people and just insult people. No. No. Malhuriyah dazatu bedublo uinta mata azibo akhirin. You don't do it. Yes, you can express yourself, no problem. But do not. There is a do and there is do not. So أنا مشكور جدا جدا لنازل الجو الليلة انضم لنا في البرنامج ده. I hope you can share this video so we can have a string on it and it can get to more people, so they can, realize this is so important. So now I will go ahead and call you, the viewers of concerned citizens of South Sudan, so you can add your perspective as well. So go ahead and send in a request and then we move on from here. So my sister, Madam Mimo, Jimmy, you drop out, but I'm gonna call you. I hope the internet now is gonna cooperate so you can add your perspective, like the column, the Hurriya Tama. So I'm calling you right now, Madam Mimo. Go ahead. Hello. أنا قلت مدام ميمو وميمو يوم ماشي ظهر إيه اللي كاية؟
الو صباح الخير استاذ جانكور.
أنا قلت يا مدام ميمو يا جايين نادو وأنت يوم ماشي جيت ذاته. حكاية شنو؟
يا أنا كنت كان نايم فمدام كان يتشوق في الشو بتاعك فياو بس سمعت إنه دخل أنا قلت خلينا نجي.
Yeah, no problem. You can go ahead and add your perspective now and be quick and brief. تفضل.
يا شكرا استاذ جانكور يعني لإتاحة لي فرصة دي يعني البرنامج بتاعك صراحة يعني ممتاز خالص شيق لأن أصي كونسرن سيتيزن يعني بتحموا أمر كل الجنوبين في أنحاء العالم مش في أمريكا ولا يعني حتى في بعض القضايا الاجتماعية دائما بيهمنا. أنا عايز أخش مباشرة يعني زي ما أنت ذكرت والرئيس اتكلم يعني مسؤولية الوالدين وهي مسؤوليتنا كجنوبيين بصفة عامة. أنا عايز أتكلم في إطار المشكلة الحاصل عندنا في أستراليا لأن دي بيهمنا كلنا يعني كجنوبيين لأن إنه واحدة لا المسألة إحنا كلنا كجنوبيين. مشكلتنا إن إحنا كجنوبيين يعني كتكون في اختيار إنه مثلا في سوء الاختيار في تمثيل المجتمع الجنوبي في استراليا. يعني احنا بنفترض نلعب على مستوى انه شنو المستوى اللامركزيه زي ما النظام الاسترالي بيعمل. يعني لما يكون في مشكله قوميه انه من المفترض كلنا لان كلنا كانه شنو ككوميونيتيز بتاع استراليا كلنا من المفترض انه شنو نضع اهتمام صار ان احنا نشوف ما هي المشكله وما هي جذور المشكله وكيف نحل المشكله على مستوى السودانيز كوميونتي الاسترالي جنرال لان المشكله ليس مشكله بتاع كوميونتي تاع ملبورن لا لان القانون الاسترالي انه شنو بيقول انه سودانيز ما بقول ميبر سودانيز كوميونتي. فانا اتمنى انه شنو احنا خلينا نفكر كيف احنا بنطلع يعني على هذه المسؤوليه انا بشوف انه احنا بنقدر نطلع يعني في انه شنو خلي احنا بالذات مسؤوليه يعني الحالات الاجتماعيه الموجوده في خلي احنا دائما انه كوميونتي في الولايه خلي انه شنو اول حاجه انه شنو كيف تشوف الشؤون الاجتماعيه انه احنا بنمر بها. شيء نمره اثنين عايز اقول استاذ جنكور احنا خلينا ننتبه كلنا يعني هذه المسؤوليه هي مسؤوليه اصلا اول حاجه انه شنو يعني بالنسبه للمراهقين او بالنسبه للانجاز احنا لو ما فتحنا عيوننا كويس انه شنو اول حاجه الحكومه بتنظر على انه شنو ما دام انه شنو المجتمع الجنوبي فشل في ضبط سلوكيات الجاليه بالتالي انه شنو كل واحد تتحمل مثلا كل واحد من فوق ال 18 تتحمل مسؤوليه فرديه امام الجريمه اللي هو بيرتكب فيه. فبالتالي انه شنو فبالتالي لان هي مساله فرديه العقوبه فبالتالي لما انه الطفل لما تكون عنده 18 لما انه التحدي بالترحيل، لان الحكومه ممكن تغير تشريعاتها زي ما انه شنو حسن ذكر انه شنو بعدين ما حنسمع لاي جنوبي بصفه خاصه انه شنو حيجي في داخل الاراضي الاسرائيليه عن طريق الهجره. وكذلك الحكومه ممكن تغير سياسه تشريعات اتجاه السوشيال سيكيورتي اللي هو سنترالينج. فدي انه شنو بيؤدي الى انه شنو انه بالنسبه للامهات معناته هم ما مؤهلين لتربيه الاطفال، ممكن تؤدي في المستقبل الى انه شنو بيدي اسمه ده الكريدت only to using for the food. فاحنا ما زين احنا يعني نصل لهذه السياسات. فاحنا كمجتمع النداء حقيقي خاص بالنسبه للمجتمع بتاعنا ككوميونتي بتاع ساوث سودانيز في ملبورن. اذا فوق طاقتكم رجاء خاص ده بيهمنا كلنا كجنوبيين، خلي احنا نعمل تنسيق مع كل الولايات كيف احنا بنقدر نتكاتف لايجاد حل جذري لهذه المشكله. بالنسبه لاطفال يعني under 18 انت عارف يعني اذا ان الليله انه
شكرا يا استاذ ميمو. it look like the internet actually
الفرنسا مثلا
ما قادرين نسمع
مثلا
كويس.
اذا عارف نعم
انا قلت internet actually is causing problem. I wanted you to wrap it up لانه في ناس ثانيين منتظرين.
قاعد اقطع انا ما اعرف معلوم.
yeah maybe بيكون it's not going well. So wrap it up بس in 1 minute عشان نقدر نمشي نجيب ناس ثانيين.
نتورك تاعي كعب الليله والله انا كان عايز اشارك ما في اشياء مهمه انا ما اعرف. خلينا قاعد تسمعني؟
يا انا سامعك واضح بس بتقطع. انا بشكرك كل الشكر برادر اميمو لو مداخلتك وكلامك الغيم. of course we need to work together. ده حاجه مهم جدا جدا. وزي ما انا قلت you know sister Viviana Peter you need to send in a request بتاعتك ما جات. انا شايف في ناس ثانيين رسلوا request but you need to send in a request لان انت قلت يا اخي انت ماشي الشغل. Send in a request and then I'll bring you in so you can add your perspective. Meanwhile, I do have Davidika Pitia. Davidika Pitia, I'm going to go ahead and bring you and go ahead and send in Viviana. Of course, ya Jama. Parents. ده مسؤولية بتاعكم. مسؤولية بتاع عيال. You cannot just like that, you know. لو انت
Hello.
Davidika بكون كويس. عندك headphone?
أنا ما عندي.
Okay, go ahead now. It looks like it's good.
أي.
تفضل.
Okay. شكرا exception of my request. يا جونكور أنا كتير مبسوط كأنه إنت قريت حاجة في قلبي. أنا سمعت خبر بتاع هنا الولد اللي كان عمل presentation online بيكلم كلام أطفال في أستراليا. I was really shocked and I was burning inside me. فالمهم مجتمع South Sudanese community or people أننا نفهم على أساس أننا أساسا مدمرين you know أننا مدمرين سيكولوجيا اقتصاديا واجتماعيا.
نعم.
سيكولوجيا أننا طبعا يعني جينا في البلد ده بمشاكل بتاع حرب و tensions. You know we are facing psychological issues. Even رجال بالذات كتير تعبانين يعني مشاكل نفسيه عشان هم قادرين يركز في بيوتهم عشان يمسك مسؤوليه كالرجال الزمان. احنا بنعرف رجال ديل شفتها اقتصاديا احنا ما بنقدر ما عندنا قروش يعني احنا ما قادرين we cannot save a lot of money like to afford everything for our kids you know and then socially أننا برضو اجتماعيا أننا بقينا ما عندنا قيم على أساس أننا نجيب مثلا نقعد مع أولادنا عشان يشوفوا somebody cannot think about social values. على أساس الولد ذاته لما ولد ولا بنت لما يربى في البيت أنت كان عندك جنا ولد ولا بنت هم بيتعلم. You are the parents are the ideal example for their children. As you have said that the first responsibility is the parents, and that is really true. Parents are the first responsible people to raise their kids. Those kids will learn the values. from those parents. عشان كده أنا بنسأل يعني أنتوا رجال South Sudanese men شفتها كشتنا ما خلي كشتنا تحت شفتها كشتنا ده خليه ركز مع أولادك انت قوم اشتغل ما تقعد ساكت جوار ساكت ما بينفع اسرتك ما بينفع اهلك ما بينفع انت ذاته بنفسك الراجل الجنوبي لازم يقوم يشتغل قوم صباح امشي شغل وتعال في البيت وتعال اقعد مع عيالك وركز معاهم do their homework الدليل وديه في رياضه خلي امشي وديهم في الرياضه you have to keep them busy وقوم برضو احنا وما حد هنا في خارج بقى ما زي زمان احنا بنكون قاعدين في البيت وراجل قروش تحت سنيه وانت تمشي السوق وتجيبوا مصاريف تجيبوا اكل ما في مره برضو يقوم يمشي شغل. Women and men have to work hard so that they can save money to afford their kids. واذا انت بقيت ما انت كان انت بقيت عندك اولاد ما شاء الله ربنا باركك اذا انت قعدت في البيت وعندك welfare عليك الله شيلوا welfare ده feed your kids. انا زعلت لما انا سمعت قال اولادنا بيمشي في السوق وبيسرق جدار محمد سكن ولا ده وجاني وجع يا جونكور. انا قلت له يا South Sudanese women please انا نربط سلوباتنا وانا نجيب نطبخ لعيالنا خلي انا بنحب نفرش بيوتنا. I'm sure most of the South Sudanese women هم بيحبوا يستهلكوا قروش في اشياء بتاع بيت عشان بيتك يكون حلو لكن we don't need to use above budget. We have to make sure our kids has to eat. هم لازم بياكل وهم لازم بيلبس كويس ويمشي مدارس وهم لازم تديهم الاشياء الاطفال دايرينه you know so that they don't get short of those stuff. and then عشان كده يعني انسان لما يتبنى بالطريقه الكويس وبيكون انسان كويس عشان البيبي ذاته او the behavior is shaped based on the skills that are gained from the family. عشان كده we need to work hard South Sudanese women. خلينا نكون صابرين. انا عارف مشاكل كتير يعني في بلدنا هناك زمان بيقول البيت لما نمشي إيرز ده مفروض البيت تكون نجيد بيكون ربع كفايه وبيكون نجيد عشان يقدر يستحمل تحديات بتاع بيت عشان تحديات بتاع بيت ده حياه بتاع بيت ده قوي ما سهل. لما الراجل يتكلم معك برا في ميدان الناس يعرسك ده حلو لكن لما تيجي في البيت الاشياء بتتغير ما بيكون مثلي الكانت بيتكلم في الطريق. عشان كده الامراه الجنوبيه لازم اننا نكون we have to be patient to our husbands. We have to focus about our kids you know. We have to put our kids first. عشان احنا كان خطينا مثلا الليله الراجل ده ما قاعد يسووني كويس انا قمنا نطلعه من بيت ونجيبه زول تاني عشان اقدر نغذي نفسي نرد نفسي كده انت فشلت. ف our kids first. خدوا عيالك لما انت كان 3 راجل من بيت لاسباب معين بليز خدوا عيالك اول ما تفكر في راجل ولا تفكر في شنو. ركز مع عيالك مدارس عشان احنا ما عندنا we don't have any investment you know. We are investing on these kids you know. We are investing on them. وانا اذا خليناهم كده يطلع كده في شوارع ويسرق ويقتلوا ويسوي له فايده حقنا شنو. في كم ناس بيموتوا في الجنوب هنا احنا جايبينه عشان يكون تراب وهنا كمان في يكون تراب كده هنا تدمير بقى زياده. دي حاجه مؤسف للمجتمعات بتاعنا بتاع الساوث السودان.
شكرا.
انا بنفشل هنا وبنفشل هنا يلا دي شنو دي لعنه بين وين ده؟
ما بيجي طبعا.
We need to be strong. Women, let us put our kids first. وبعدين اطفال ديل انا كمان مثل بتاعي اطفال ديل كان مثلا فوق 18 please انا we have to have the same values in back home. انا زمان في البلد الجنة بيطلع من بيت لما الجنة يعرس جنة ما يطلع في شارع ساكت. جنة ما بيمشي بيقعد بيأجر بيته برا ويقعد برا عشان هناك he will mess up and go to the wrong way.
شكرا.
لكن احنا لازم
شكرا
قلوبنا
شكرا.
we have to keep these guys. Let me just finish. We have to keep these guys after graduation. خليهم يطلع لما يبدا شغل خليهم يطلع يمشي برا. عشان كده نحن we have to stand up. Please South Sudanese people stand up men rujal kalu tukun rujal zai rujal zaman biaru masulia fade kalam bita ya Jongkor ana ketir mabsut be topic da ite jit be topic quiz I will just finally say that we South Sudanese, we have to stand up and be strong. We don't rely on the community, but we start in our homes, in our families, and then the community will do their part so that we can keep our kids in our community strong and successful kids. That الحكومة Australia become proud ولا America ولا Canada. They have to be proud of our community, not to be denied like now. They don't want South Sudanese to come there and Muslims. That is not a good reputation.
Yes.
We need a good reputation. We have to stand up and take these kids because they are the future of our lives and our future of the country, of South Sudan.
Thank you.
يا أخوي جونكور شكرا زمن قصير لكن المهم ربنا يخليك أنت you are reading our minds really, and we thank you and we praise you. God protect you and go ahead with the programs that you are doing in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Devadika Pitia, لكلامك. كلام مهم جدا جدا. شكرا, and stick around please. Yes, Sister Devadika Pitia قال كلام مهم جدا جدا. شغل. Go to work. Don't rely on welfare, my dear brothers. Learn welfare there, I am election. I bet I dig food and tackle and then yet for bed maybe for those who get housing. Like in my dig rules and then she went vacation. It will not be giving you money and to stay in bed. It will not secure you. So when you have that opportunity, just take it. أغنموا. أغنم الفرصة ده اللي جيت شغل وفر أعمل. That's the way it is. وكلام المهم اللي قالت كمان. كلام مهم اللي قالت. Let us keep the kids busy. You see, لما نكون في teenager, طبعا لما نكون صغار ما بكون they are not troublemaker. What they need is a toy and they want to watch cartoon وhomework وحاجات دي لما نكون صغار. لكن لما نكون teenager, they start seeing a lot of weird stuff. ده زمان هم بيكون busy فيه مع رياضة, basketball, soccer, football, all kind of sort of of training. لما توديم ما بكون زمان ده لكلام فارغ. ما بكون زمان لكلامات الفارغ ده. So let us do that, If you do that, actually kids will become successful. ما في جنا ما بكون كويس. قال جنا ده أو كويس جنا ده أكاب. يا كل سوا. يا تخواجات زارو they are bad. لكن because they have to keep them busy with those kind of program, that's why they, بيطلعوا كويسين. لأن you keep him busy. مع حاجات ديل. وفر قروش. بعدين لو في قروش بعدين في vacation. That will refresh everybody. Everybody will be refreshed. لكن لو everything بس is gone and you are not working, انت ما شغال ده ما شغال, you will be poor all the time, and that's why more problem happening, you see. So thank you my sister Devadika, ده كلام مهم جدا جدا اللي انت تقول ده اللي جبت ناس تانيين عشان يقولوا آراء بتاعهم. وموضوع بتاع ملبورن ده موضوع مهم جدا جدا. I hope they can work something out, because it's not too late actually, you can do more and do more and do more in that regard, So Vivian, Anita, Mazra sent the request. You didn't send in any requests. So, and you said you wanted to go to work, and unfortunately, you are not here. So what I need to do, I'm going to go ahead and call Santino Tak. And then after that, Fastino, I saw your request as well. But anyone that didn't send request, send in your request, Jamal. Your, opinion is valued. So attack please, very quickly in 2 minutes, Shanena, we gotta keep moving on, brother. Go ahead, Fadal. Fadal. Yeah, it looked like you have problem with the network. I can see that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Happy New Year, Jongkor.
Happy New Year.
I will not prolong what I have to say, but I am so happy that the topic you brought it up today. I really happy, and God bless you, my brother.
Thank you.
And
the network issues. Santino, I don't know. Somebody call you or just your network is not functioning? So, froze. So let me go ahead and see. Okay, Santino disappeared. Let me go ahead here and see Viviana. because you said you are at the work. Santino, if you are back, you can. Well, Viviana, you phone would be we haven't. It's too noisy and echo. So go ahead and try to find a headphone, and it might help in that regard. So Santino sent a request again. Let me go ahead here with the Fastino Lege. Lege, I'm calling you right now. Calling you, Lege, to get your perspective. Hello. Hello. Do you hear me, Lege? Not working. So try to get up. This is important. Need you to get up, your Lege. You know, you don't need to lay on the bed. So get up, refresh the phone, and then we'll bring you in. Noel Oliver. Okay. I'll bring you as well. Go ahead and send your request.
Yeah, Jongkor.
Yeah, settle, يا عبدو, settle. Sit down. موضوع مهم. ما موضوع بتاع هزار.
عارفك غلطت. انت ما داير تجيبني، انت ما بتجيبني، غلطت غلط.
لا يتكلم، اتس اوكي. ما كل زول عنده راي، ما انت كمان عندك راي يعني.
انا ما اعرف التوبيك بتاعتك ذاته.
ما بيهمني يا مرام ولا يا مرام. It's not my problem. Just go ahead and talk.
تقعد بس.
Go ahead.
اسمع.
اي.
التوبيك بتاعك شنو؟ والله انا ما عارف، لكن المهم
ما قلت زول بيجي خاشي وما عارف توبيك. النظام كان مرام ده.
خاشي بس انا جونكور، انا ما شايف، انا ما العدو بتاعك الواحد، انا عارف. لكن المهم رسالتي انه السلام لازم يكون. انت ودكتور مدود.
نحن بنتكلم الليله عبدو نحن بنتكلم الليله عن مشاكل البواجه كوميونتي في ملبورن، لان طبعا يعني عيال بقى يمشي يسرقوا وفي تفكك اسري، في مشاكل كثيره. احنا الليله ما واجي جام سياسه، ما قاعدين نتكلم عن سياسه.
اوكي.
انت تعرف الموضوع ده. اوكي.
ايوه.
قول كلامك.
خلاص.
طبعا انت قاعد في لندن هناك وانت شايف الحاصل شنو برضه.
صحيح والله كلامك ده كلام يعني احسن من باقي التوبيكات اللي كان بتتكلم. ده most important thing انت تكلمت الليله عنه. شفت الكوميونتي، الناس ما بيعاينوا. انا بتذكر شفت فيديو لواحد كده خواجي قال لهم انتوا السودانيين يا اخي، انتوا جيتوا من بلد الحروب وجيتوا يا اخي، الواحد يحمد ربنا انه جاء لبلد امان وبلد فيها شغل وكده. ليه انتوا بتجوا والواحد بينسى الهدف الجاي له، وبيجي بيعمل انه هو عصابه وكده. فالحاجه دي حاجه محرجه جدا. المفروض الناس تقيف، الاسر تقيف كويس، تقيف كويس وتربي اولادها كويس وتقول لهم عندكم اهداف، انتوا ورا عندكم اهداف، انتوا جيتوا تعلموا كويس عشان تغيروا وضعكم هناك، وعشان تغيروا. عندنا ناس جيعانين في البلد وعندنا عشان تساعدوهم، عشان تغيروا ذات الانظمه القاعده. انت ما جيت عشان تبقى قام راس بتاع طواقي. لا ما جينا لكلام زي ده. بعدين الاسر بتلعب دور اساسي في تربيه الاطفال يعني. build your culture يعني. like this is not your culture whether you are Muslim or Christian. يعني انت تكون زول مسؤول، ما تجي انت زول تكون زول خامل ساكت زي انديان. اتبان هنا بعد كاريبيان in لندن، امين هنا في بريطانيا. الهنود جو بعد الافارقه هنا. يعني الافارقه جو قدام. الهنود عندهم سترونج كوميونتي، عندهم سترونج بزنس، عندهم اي شيء. نحن ما عندنا. ديار بس. نحن عندنا المشكله بتاع الديار دي بس. يعني الواحد داير يمشي بس يلعب وداير لنا مساوين وكلام فارغ زي ده. هم عمروا الهنود عندهم هنا والباكستان عندهم بزنس، عندهم كوميونتي سترونج، عندهم يعني حاجات سمحه حتى في جميع اوروبا، لكن نحن ما عندنا. الواحد بس داير يسوي وداير الكلام الفارغ ده. فالناس المفروض تتحد وتعلم اولادها وتوريهم الحاجه دي ما ثقافتنا نحن.
نعم.
حتى الثقافه والحاجات اللي بيسووا فيها لسه بنشوفها في اليوتيوب دي.
هاي عبدو، المهم انا بشكرك كل الشكر لمداخلتك، كلام مهم جدا جدا
شكرا. عشان كراج يعني، لكن بريل بس منجيل بريل.
نو منجيل بتاعك وابجامن منجيل كم ياك.
اوكي شكرا يا جونكور. يلا والسلام.
Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and see others. And Noel Oliver, جايبك right now. Noel Oliver, it's your turn. Yeah. نويل المكالمة معك، دعوة معك. I'm calling you Noel Oliver. Noel, go ahead and answer, please. كمان أنا بوجه لكم الدعوة. You can share this video. You know the 125 or 130. Go ahead and share عشان يكون في strength في الفيديو. كل ما تعملوا share كل ما كان بيكون أقوى. So ده دعوتي لكم يعني to share it. So it looked like Oliver he did not answer. Okay. Let me go ahead here with the next person. Teresa John ولا اهلا وسهلا فيك يا تريزا، اخبارك؟ الحمد لله. It looked like the voice. Is it okay? Do you hear us very well now?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Okay. Yeah, أنا بس حبيت أشارك في التوبيك ده. I played it before. It's really sensitive topic and it's really important to talk about it as well.
No.
But the problem is sometimes as in terms of South Sudan, we don't want to tell the truth, that we don't want to talk about things that facing us to be and to talk about it, to tell the truth about it, you know. Some of the issues here, I used to feel like
تريزا في عندك ديفايس ثاني فاتح جنبك لانه صوت كده ما تمام.
Maybe the TV. Let me just put the volume down a bit.
Yeah, go ahead كده.
Now is it clear?
To some extent, لكن لسه. Yeah, but go ahead.
I might take the this one out. Maybe. I don't know. You can hear me now?
بس في تقطع كده، في ساوند كده ما تمام.
كده بتسمعني كويس؟
Now yes, now it's good.
خلاص بكون ده السماعة، شلت السماعة برا. Okay. I used to work with South Sudanese community as a secretary with South Sudanese community, and then I get involved in teenagers issue because I know I live in Sydney in Australia. I'm in Sydney, but 2 hours out of Sydney. So I used to do things like sometimes like teenagers involved in trouble with police وكده, then police can قبض عيال ديل جابهم في النقطة. مرات بضربوا لي تليفون to come and see if those kids are South Sudanese or not. Many times I used to go to the police station to identify the kids. When I go there, I ask them باللغة العربية. طبعا ده اللغة اللي أنا بقدر بديل مامبو عشان to know exactly إذا كان هم من South Sudan or من جنسية تانية. Most of the time I find them like some of them Liberian, some of them are South Sudanese, but when police get them to police station, they will say, "No, we are South Sudanese." This is another issue. And some of them, when I get them as a South Sudanese kids, And then when you get involved, like to talk with their parents, you're the one will be victim. Family buguri yakita. Where did you get this information from? Or they're trying to see like they want to put you in trouble, like you talking about their kids.
يعني زي كانك بتشمت فيه يعني بتعمل شماتة فيه.
This is how I just withdraw myself out, not to get involved in these issues anymore, because أنا كتاو سودانيس أنا بشوف نفسنا إحنا ككلنا واحد as a family. But حاجات زي ده كان يهوب مشكلة for me as Treza. I don't want to get involved in this to lose the friendship or sisterhood with somebody else. So I just pull myself out of this. But to be honest, let us just be honest and tell the truth. And أنا بقول نسبة بتاع مشكلة ده يعني 70% في رجال بتاعنا ورجال بتاعنا والأخوان بتاعنا. جونكور to be honest في سيدني في محل بقولوا بلاك تاون شوبينج سنتر، في ملبون في محل بقولوا بوسكري شوبينج سنتر قبل رينج كلم عنه بوسكري شوبينج سنتر، وفي بريسبن في محل بقولوا ماروكا، وفي بيرث في سوق عنده اسم برضه. شفت الاسواق اللي انا حسبته لك ده يا جونكور، رجال بتاعنا بتاع السودانيز انت بتلقى الرجال ال 50 بلس او عمر بتاعهم from 50 plus from 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning they just sitting there and play domino.
What?
They sitting there from 8 o'clock in the morning playing domino, eating in the shopping center, breakfast, lunch, dinner. They will come home late. They don't know iyala shunu fi biyut. They don't know if Janata get involved in any criminal stuff. They don't know nothing about what's going on in the family, to be honest. تطلع صباح في سوق في سيدني بقول لك بلاك تاون ده بتلقوا رجال السودانيز بس واقفين في شوارع زي ده، ولا قاعدين تحت خيم الصغار ده في براندات، كوبايه شاي هبوا قدامه دومنا بلاينج دومنا، تليفون في اذانه، ما عارفين في شنو ماشي.
So is that allowed by the local كلام ده يعني is allowed انه بس الناس اللي يلعبوا دومنا هناك ولا ده بار؟
منو ختام هم في مطاعم بتاع مطاعم سودانيه مطاعم عربيه يعني they become a customers of those places. شفت كيف؟ هم بيجي بقعدوا لانه طبعا ده مطاعم، هم بيشربوا بياكلوا، طبعا ده الزول بتاع مطعم مو دير كاستمرز وما بقدر يطردك برا. شفت كيف؟ تلقى الرجال بتاعهم بتاع السودانيز 24/7 قاعدين في محلات بدل to get involved with عيال بتاعهم. انت اللي عندك ولد شاب you have to be a role model to your son as a teenager. كل جناك ده في ويكند امشي وديه في صالون احلق شعره. انت كان عندك brother عنده اولاد دفع بتاع ولدك شيله امشي معه هناك. let him involved with those brother cousins بتاعه ده عشان يكون في relationship ذاته between انتوا brothers الكبار اثنين ابهات ويالكم مع بعض. يعني في حاجات كده شيل جناك تمشي معه في كوره، امشي وش معه سوكا، امشي معه في كوره نايده، وديه في تريننج، وديه في لكن امهات يهو جارين مع عيال. يلا كده imagine كان الليله انت ما رايت عندك 6 ولا 7 عيال 3 اولاد، اي جنا عنده كوره في different sport محل براو، انت هتمشي مع منو هتخلي منو؟ وابوه يهو ده قاعد في السوق هناك نهار كله. ها ده حاجه تلقى دي فيس ومعاك بعد مرات قاعدين يقولوا اكل ما اكل. فعلا الموضوع بتاع اكل زي عيال قالوا مش سرقوا في السوق ده، وفعلا انه بكون صح. برضه نفس الكيس كان حصل في حلتنا، يعني في حله اللي انا قاعد فوق بنات ذاتها قاعدين يمشوا في السوق بيشيلوا تشيكن يا جونكور، بيلفوا في جو السوق ده ايل تو ايل بياكلوا تشيكن ده قدام ده بخلوه في جو كيس بيدخلوه في جو هنا ده بيدخلوه في جو الرفوف بتاع السوق ده. بنات اتخيل بنات عمرهم كم 20 سنه، بنات سودانيات ساوث سودانيز بنات. اتخيل انت ليله بيت انت جعان امنا اخوات 3 اخوات اشقاء بنات ام وابو. حاجه حصل في اريا اللي انا ساكن فوق، لما جابوا بوليس طلعوا حاجات ده في فيديو فتحوا زي ده اللي الناس شافوا. لما البنات دول كانوا عملوا لهم بان يخشوا السوق. ها في حاله زي ده الناس يعملوا شنو؟ اكل وشرب. هنا من ناحيه بتاع امهات فعلا قروش الجفرمنت قد يدينا له يا جونكور. انت كان مثلا البسيط احسن من المافي، دول ما بقول لا والله تشكر ربنا من اجل اللي عندك بسيط. قروش ده بياكلك وبيشربك وبيسكنك. But you have to take care of your kids.
Priority.
Stop overloading yourself with the stuff that you don't even need it, wasting money on it, and then you have nothing left for your kids. انت بتلقى ثلاجه فوق مويه واللبن. ليه كده؟ Why? قروش ده يعني حكومة بديك example. أنا بضرب لك أقرب مثال. أنا حصل before أنا ما اشتغلت، أنا لما جيت أول before أنا ما اشتغلت example with my 3 kids. With my 3 kids أنا government بدينا 1600 every 2 weeks. 1600 every 2 weeks يا جونكور. أنا بأجر بيت ب 750 بفضل يمكن قريب 800 ده ما بأكلنه بأكل يالي 3 ده.
كل بيأكل.
بأكل ده 2 weeks and then another 2 weeks you have the same amount. ما في حاجة بغلب زول، لكن نحن we trying to buy house. ده تشتري أحسن عربية موديل، ده تشتري أحسن تليفون، ده تشتري أحسن كراسي and you forget yourself and you have kids to eat and you have kids their activities and you have kids need to be taken out sometimes. Take your kids out to cinema, take your kids out, go with them في محل كان في game, play soccer, something stuff like that. Just keep them busy. Keep those kids busy and tell your kids don't let your kids to get involved مع عيال عندهم يعني خد جناك في مشكلة. شفت كيف؟ لكن أمهات لافين برام، أبوهات لافين برام، عيال they have right to go outside, they have right to go and steal chicken, they have right to steal even more than chicken. ده كلام صراحة أنا بقول، ده حاجات I witnessed وأنا شفت بعينه، وأنا طبعا أنا قاعد هناك أنا شايف حاجات اللي بيحصل. لكن أنا يعني 3/4 of them I blame رجال. يعني حتى كان قالوا divorce، ناس عملوا divorce، ناس فرتكوا رجال ونسوان. أنت حتى كان راجل طالع من بيت later he have title to look after the kids. Weekend can spend time with the عيال ديل. Why not؟ وراجل ده طلق مرة ولا طلق عيال؟ ما طلق مرة بس. عيال ده you both انت can look after them Monday to Friday, we can give them to the father to take care of them. At least ابوهم يعلمهم حاجة كويس كده في يومين ده and then will work out.
والله sister Teresa كلام انت قلت ده كلام مهم جدا لانه yes you did not divorce your children but you divorced a wife. So
exactly.
إذا كلام انت ذكرت قبل موضوع بتاع السوق ده ما ممكن لازم يجي سوق من الصباح وتلعب ضمنة. I don't get it. You know, it's something really totally wrong. And I think here in the United States that يكون مثلا حكومة هنا in the way that handling issue ده بطريقة كويس. لأنه في أمريكا ما بدو كاش طبعا of course you know كان أكل في كرر بتاع أكل كان شنو ما بتشربوا مريسة ما بتشربوا أي حاجة. You have to use it for that particular thing for food. You know. قد يكون ناس بتاعنا sometimes they need to be you know addressed in a hard way. لكن حكومة هناك they just want to give people freedom and they you know they expect that Nazil they went through hardship, they went through difficulties, they are going to be responsible. You know. Yes,
the problem
زي نقطة أنا قلت لأنه responsibility ترى ما ده شغل كل يوم صباح. جانا بتاعك يتعلم من النقطة ده إنه مثلا أبوي ما يشغل ومين ما يشغل. When they come home, I'm going to work. I'm coming from work. I'm going to work. And then زمن ده بيكون معك. أصلا نحن we are نحن بنسارع مع الزمن. زمن ده عشان تلقاه. شوف زمن نحن قاعد نعمل ده أصلا نعمل فيه شو ده. صعبة جدا عشان تقدر هناي. That's why I have to do it every week. But it's not easy عشان تلقى الزمن عشان تلقى زاد weekend ما في. ناس بيكونوا شغالين you know all week you know 7 days. For our people, you know, they are blessed. You know, مثلا they are assistant and they are all these things. They need to use it for their advantage. They magal sograt. Yeah, people want to live a good life, but they don't know how to achieve that good life. Exactly. At least you تحوش safe. So أنا بشكر كل الشكر you know Sister Teresa آخر كلام نصيحة بتاعك and then we move on.
Yeah, أنا ما عندي كثير أنا بقوله في ناي but I'm just trying to say like إحنا South Sudanese بالذات في Australia we just need to be close to our kids. Be friend, be a close friend to your own child. بالذات عيال في مرحلة بتاعت التينيجر exactly. there أنت تكون قريب معه عشان تعرفوا قاعد يخش مع منو قاعد يطلع مع منو قاعد يعمل شنو behind your back. And get yourself a job at least. It can شغال even في Australia is really good place يا جماعة. والله هنا we in heaven but we abuse it. We abuse that credit الربنا ادانا له ده. أول حاجة في Australia أنت ممكن تشتغل 20 ساعة ولا 30 ساعة في أسبوع. وأنت كان قدرت تشتغل شغل ده صباح. أنت كان عندك جنة صغير. We have credit of child care. أنت ودي جنك ده في child care حكومة قاعدة تدفع child care يا جماعة. حكومة قاعدة تدفع لنا child care. ودي جنة ده في child care اشتغل 20 30 ساعة في أسبوع during the day, and then afternoon when you all iyal bukunu fi madrasa, it's safe. You know your child in school, it's safe there. When you come 3 o'clock, they will come back 3 o'clock at home and then get them involved in any activity, basketball, soccer, anything that will keep them busy. Like a tutor to come and give them lesson at home. If you don't know enough English, in migration, they will give you somebody to come and teach your kids at home.
They are always volunteers. They are always volunteering to go with them.
You just need to open your mouth and ask. You will get provided. So they are the only thing I just want to say. Let us just be close to our kids. And you need to know that person, and you need to know background. Are they good people or not? They are محل الجناك بقشفه وكان بيجي ده محل بتاع إجرام جنة حيطلع مجرم. Simple. ده ما في فوق 2 3.
Thank you.
شكرا Jongkor for having me.
أنا بشكرك كل الشكر Sister Teresa. Please stick around. Let me go ahead and call others here who wanted to contribute as well. شكرا جزيلا. All right. Let me see here. I have Abdul Qadir. I think it's not going through for you, Abdul Qadir Al-Asha. Mary Deng. I'm going to give a Fastino, but let me go ahead and get Mary here. Mary, I'm calling you. Mary Deng, I'm calling you. Mary, how are you? I hope your network will cooperate because it looked like it started cutting off. Fadali ya Mary.
Ay taban bijam la kidan che jam tong English wala jam tong Arab.
Try your best in Arabic.
An jam tong manjang bas.
Okay, go ahead.
Ay taban kudun chalwele kepada pe kan mit. Kuen kulu en syarak tene waden.
I will translate it. Jamana bitarjima lekum. Go ahead.
Aba jalu terjemu baden che muskila ciran bipung tong manjang wala che pingal muskila.
Okay, go ahead.
Kecaben yala kepada pe kan mit. Taban o gwaren jelo gujan bulu buka yala era wad mi dene le ko jair.
No.
Lakin kan mi de jabana pol ule denge la loy buka ro bana la nyuat. Buka waja. Jogin ka waja yo chat chare ka dok kurasi da ne da fi bang batingin ka in yu satma.
That's right.
Lakin dan o mo je ada ne kir kuna la rana rasidi kacin ka yo karatan ka yo ge pinyi pap acha marat ke la loy ti ga la pan ting ting ti de kada ku bi ku leng mo ja pan die wi bi ti de ci man kana kwa che ba ke ka le o ga ere chan bu ka ban ti di o go mo jeng be zat wa chi la ja chiang da ku lok loy chiang det che chiang ram ka wa ja wala ram ka jur zat mo en yar nom katar lakin moj mati ne jila lu saka do ben ke jola mo ja liu ben ti ge kan mom de ne loy kuna loy kan mom du ka mi don cha diet ka chin real ka bi ke pir pat yeb ga Australia mi daten mi da ka nyin ga mi da ju wat o ko ju mi do de ngudi a ko ka diet ke yin ti de jin wer mo ndu de chin ne ping ka ci ka me de ci wer wunu ci pung ku me a ci wer mana ci pung yeb ga wele we ga era ci wedun we waro we ga ngwa usra ra era ngwa we usra ci dong ba ngwa we mi we ko ji la ka we ko ci dong wa we ko du ba ben chok pin ya go we ci li wasa a ci liu ko ja nyo de le ko ron nyo yin mo ji real sa ba bala nyu ya wedi en cái chaman cái kawaja ko mo chin kana cái chaman ben mio jo koy waja koy mo chinen ba ci koy en mio ci koy rajasa war pan mo jangre ware ko kartum mo ja sababu la mune bu muna la lo nan la te ka boga kize chin ku dom ti chin bi ti pal den miet ko mo inde na men ko ya ji bana we te ka waya gam ko ka le ti ka we miet cho a chin te ngi de rot
I will, Jama. I will translate after you finish. I will just explain what happened. Further.
te ngi de rot aliu yin ti bare ro din ci det mo bare rot ka ci det mi da ya ko aka ngosra te na aka ngosra pa den mo ko aka ngosra pa ni ti kana men ci o gal ja bi awor ke kula te di pan jole Australia ku pan jole America ku pan ye dol re ko tin ben ben bi awor ke te di ye wor ke bu jal ko bi la jinu ko o de ci bu jal ka yin amandu ene bu jal ka yin man ja pyo bi la jinu bi la lu ko pa deb ke cengu a ci bi la jinu ko bi al bu gala le waro an kinan ci ben ka dab ci nga yet be 20 million wala 20,000 a cin ko bu loy tano yin ti de ci moy ndu de ci en jal ko ci nyang mit kay logo po good ba mandu ba mu ko pat a chan ba ngi jen moy gen gen jele na klar te ngare ci mi da ci long mu we ka ke jam la mi da kaltani mi da ci kaltani na o go mat ku jala ru jal ke ga di do mi ka o kaltani yinti e cin ka ka moy ndu kalang mati sama ke ka ru lo samo rat te changa la ne rane ci no gin sa do ka lo samo chan wen mi kun ba ka chok bin bi la ti chan me den ben dong bin nya ka akani Australia awa er ji ko bentin ko ya cinti samo ci mo cer ka yin yin cinti samo bin mo lo samo chan bu dug mi ke yi apal dena be borwat kel na mana en tin yale nya ka nye ka ci wat kel engu ten jere mo ken zar wonin ke la Australia wonin ke la Australia midra er ben mit ke ra si jini nutina akala haja mit ko zar wun ke na li ba kuna ci mo ci jal nyang mi ka mi da ci jey lu mu kwes mi da ja lok jale chin yeb ga dana ngu bu loy sa da chin ko pe den loy ku nen ba ya we wa ya ku ma ye ko ka a we ke ye mi du mi ka cha ma je ka ko ya lu bo bar ba ti di be alaf ko ya nyu do be alaf mene me da chuer kana a jine la kwal wala ye ke la kwal su ke chem e ke le a we ma cho ke na ken nyira kwa bek e pung tong mo jang a por ya ke krajen chalwen ko che kraja kan sa e chine ji or ya tin ben o mo jang war ya ge makan fi Masir fi makan ji mo jang atin a chin ko pe den loy ko ale de ne oru lat Facebook i ku ke o nyu bu ke lo kraj min kwa bu ting aliu inan jolo wa ma Jongkor yan ke ting na la tin ba wadu ba ber a wed mit ken mi da charaj fo pe dit me da en ya pira ko det we ri de chin jal pe no ma duen gi ba long yuat kuna jal ku dug ginu gu nyang ko message ni ka kawajar ka mu bulo ka pe den chuk lo en ko chin ka pe den chuk lo yan de kawaja den pung tong man ti ka we ke de yi ka sa ka ke ko lu balai bum ti biala bum mo biala lo chi mun wa do pan mo kartu achan bi cher we yi ko ma janu mo yala lo bi ngi ya mo ja dil ken bai bila bu ben bilang ru la sa ke chi ru ben lo bi ga war chuk pan jala er e wer we ka waja yi ko ka war pan mo jang mo ja we ba be bu bi yi ke cham ko yi kin ke chang ko ka lem ke lo wa ba tai ko wa mi ko wa tan mi ko enen wadi ga no shukran nyira kwa ko ga por ya
shukran
wa ya ko ga por ya
kira riak bo gudun jelo so shukran انا بشكرك كل الشكر يا اخت ميري دين طبعا يا جماعه خلاصه بتاع الكلام بتاع ميري كلام مؤثر جدا جدا وكلام مهم لانه زي ما ذكرنا قبل شي اجري مع اخت ديفيديكا واخت تيريزا انه المسؤوليه اساسا بتاعت الاطفال بيقع على عاتق الوالدين واذا كان مثلا هنا في استراليا ولا في امريكا هنا بقينا we are not bearing the responsibility ونحن نيجي نلوم اطفال المفروض نحن ما نلوم اطفال اوكي لان ده بيرجع للبيرنت وده الكلام اللي هي ركز فيه موضوع حتى قال بتلقى خواجه بتلقى زاد وسخان لكن انت لو شفت شنو الرصيد اللي عنده في بنك، القروش اللي عنده في بنك كثيره جدا. لا ليه؟ لانه عايز يحوش، داير يوفر لمستقبل، لانه ما معروف يحصل شنو، يمكن تبقى عيان، ممكن تبقى ديزيبل ما تشتغل ثاني. فافضل انت تكون وفرت حاجه لبكره واللي سنه جاي واللي اطفالك، وهكذا ده الحياه كده. لكن مجتمعنا كان في استراليا ولا وات ايفر، هم بينظروا للحاجات الفاخره. يعني القروش البسيطه حكومه بديك ده يشتروا عده، ده يشتروا كراسي، ده تلبس ذهب، ده تعمل شنو. ده ما اول هدف كان الناس جو برا. طبعا ده خلاصه بتاع الكلام بتاعها. الكوبريشن ركز على موضوع بتاع التعاون، انه مثلا لازم يكون في تعاون بين الرجل والمراه، يكون في تعاون. ليه؟ ما عشان قال خلاص حكومه بدينا قروش انا بقول خلاص I don't need this guy anymore عشان حكومه بدينا قروش، هو لو ماشي انا بلقى قروش، ولا مثلا نطرد نرى خلاص عشان حكومه بدينا قروش. It doesn't work that way. لانه في النهايه قد جينا جايين عشان نيجي شنو نصلح الاحوال بتاعنا. ده السبب اللي خلانا نيجي ويست عشان نصلح الاحوال بتاعنا. لو في حاجه كويس صغير بيجي ده المفروض الفاميلي يقعد تحت and they can share it together. نحن المفروض ما نستخدم القروش اللي بدونا ده عشان نقدر نفرتك بول الاسره، عشان في قروش وانا اكون غني وانا اكون كويس let this guy go away. ما بينفع. ده النقطه يركز فيه. نحن ما نلوم على الاطفال لان المسؤوليه بقى على عاتقنا نحن كوالدين. وركز كثير 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 انه مثلا لاخوات انت يا اخي لازم يكون في روح تسامح. لان زول لما انتوا قابلتوا وتزوجتوا عشان انتوا بتحبوا بعض يعني في الكويس وفي المرض وفي الرخاء، في العسل وفي ملح. لكن الان يعني لو وضع الدهور وضع بقى ما كويس خلاص انت بتقول انا ما داير زول وانا اشوف لايف بتاعي وانا اعيش احسن حياه. مين اللي يدفع ثمن؟ طبعا الاطفال هم اللي بيدفعوا ثمن. فلازم يكون في روح التسامح والمسامحه. دي الكلام كله يعني ده كلام كله اللي هي يعني هي اتذكر لانه قروش اللي بيجيبوا للاطفال ده بيجيبوا مثلا عشان تقدر تعمل به حاجه كويس لهم ولاسره، ما عشان يفرتكوا به اسره، عشان اسره يكون مع بعض. انا بشكر يعني بيحييك اخت ماري، كلام بتاعك كلام 100%، كلام مهم جدا جدا. يس وي نيد تو تيك كير ويلا يو هاف تو كيب ذم بيزي بالبروجرام الموجوده. قد يكون يمكن في دول ثانيه امريكا يمكن ادركت انه كلام انه قروش بدون لزول في يده ده ما ينفع. عشان كده لو في اسره فقيره بدهم هنا هاي نظام كرت فود ستامب يمشي يشربوا اكل، ما بيشربوا اي حاجه غير اكل. ولو يعرفوا انت بيت الكرت ده لزول ثاني بقروش زول انت بيتراه يكون بمشكله وانت هتكون عندك مشكله. That's how it is. لان الانسان دائما يعني في حاجات كده ما بيتفهم، greedy بطبعه يعني. So they wanted to help you but you don't want to help yourself. Yes ذهب كراسي نظيفه كل سنه ده ما بيعمل لك اي حاجه. لكن لو وفرت ولو اشتريت به واهتميت بالاسره بتاعك بعدين بيكون في مستقبل كويس. ده كلام بتاع اخت ميري كل اللي هي قالت يعني. اتمنى انه انا كنت شرحت الموضوع ده يعني بكامل، ما ضروري يكون حرفيا of course So let me go ahead and call other people. ابو سكين دعوه معك. انا شفت مكالمه بتاعك كمان يا تشين. stick around there. انا اسمع ابو سكين. اهلا وسهلا يا استاذ ابو سكين.
السلام عليكم جنكور.
عليكم السلام، اتفضل.
والله يا اخي الواحد بيشاهد اللايف بتاعك وبتاع ادوار بقينا مدمنين ذاته في الويكند، لانه بقى حاجات فيه يعني very important بصراحه.
نعم.
وخليني احييك انه مهم جدا انه مرات الناس تطلع من جو بتاع سلفا بشير موسيفيني والحاجات دي
نعم،
وتركز على حاجاتها، لانه يا جنكور as I know انت you are father with a kids ما شاء الله ربنا يخليهم لك، وايضا انا عندي 3.
نعم.
والناس اللي قاعدين يشاهدوا ديل لو اصلا ما عندهم responsibility ما بيجوا بقعدوا بيضيعوا لهم 3-4 ساعات.
نعم.
one of the very 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 important الحاجات اللي احنا كمهاجرين او كناس بنجي الدول دي نكونوا citizen بعد فتره وقاعدين يعني نديه شويه اهمال، وبعدين بيجي في راسنا very quick انه لما تسمع ولد بتاع فلان مشى الجيل او بنت بتاع فلان زوجوا خواجه او اسباني او اي حاجه ما. الموضوع ده انتوا الليله بديتوه كساوث سودانيز في استراليا صحيح، لكن هو جنرال بالنسبه لكل المجتمعات المهاجره بالاضافه الى السودانيز بشكل عام، سواء كان السودانيز في الشمال او في الجنوب.
بالضبط.
صحيح في استراليا صحيح الظاهره بتاعت النيجس والجروبات الحاجات بتاعت العيال التينيجر ديل شويه كده بقى ظاهره صعبه، وبقى فيه فيديوهات بتاعت الفيديو بتاع الخواجه اللي كان بيتكلم عن الشباب الساوث سودانيز بقول الطول وعيونهم همر وكده، بالاضافه للشباب السودانيز. انا عندي امه بنت خالتي ولد صغير تينيجر، يعني ولد ممتاز جدا جدا، كانوا من مصر مشوا استراليا. الولد هسي محكوم عليه في جيل كويس، والام منهاره والاسره اولموست ماشي يتفرتك عشان موضوع بتاعت الولد ده. انت انا استمعت لكل الشباب اللي تحدثوا قبل شويه، بس ده اركز على حاجتين. حاجه نمبر 1 انه في الغرب ده بالذات ما في اسره بينجح بام براو ولا بابو براو، نو واي. يعني ده تجربه من الناس اللي قدامنا احنا شايفينهم، انه انتوا اول ما الخلاف ده حصل في البيت بقيتوا تتكلموا في موضوع بتاع منو يشيل الشيك ومنو يشيل الشيك بتاع حكومه والحاجات ده، لو ما عملتوا كنترول لنفسكم ده بدايه بتاع ضياع بتاع الاطفال.
بالضبط،
ده بدايه بتاع ضياع بتاع الاطفال. وحاجه الثاني، انا ما بتفق مع الناس اللي بيقول لك انه مثلا الرجال بيمشوا كشتينا ولا كده ولا كده، لكن داير اقول حاجه هنا. الراجل ده اول ما بيجي يشرد من البيت يا جونكور، اول ما بيجي يطلع من البيت ويمشي يقعد في القهاوي اليوم كله، في حاجه، في something wrong هنا. حقه يناقشوه في البيت هو زوجته كويس. ما في زول ما بيحب اولاده يا جونكور، انت راجل وانا راجل، we both have a kids. ما في انسان في الدنيا ده ما بيحب اطفاله، وما في انسان ما بيحب زوجته. انت لو ما بتحبه تزوجه ليه؟ الاخوات بيجوا من افريقيا هناك يقول لك انت يوم داك في مصر اديتني كف، يوم داك في جوبا شلتني، يوم داك في خرطوم ما دون نو. بيجوا هنا بقوموا بحاولوا بقدر الامكان بشوفوا الفريدم بتاع الخواجات، بشوفوا البوليس ديل شويه بعملوا بوش على الرجل الافريقي. الرجل الجاي من المنطقه بتاعنا ده، انت اول ما المره بقى يعمل له بوش، وكمان بقى في زول راجل زيه باسم بوليس ولا باسم شرطه بيجي بيقول له هي عامل حسابك، هو ببدا بشرط من البيت. اذا الحته دي محتاجه للنقاش بين المراه والرجل عشان خاطر الاطفال. في جوبا هناك او في السودان بشكل عام، في حبوبه، في اسره، في جيران، في الاهل. انت هسه عندك كم اولاد خاله وكم اولاد حبوبه بيربوا اولادك هناك، لكن هنا يا جونكور انت وزوجتك
بس خلاص،
انت وزوجتك كويس. والاطفال ديل ما شافوا حبوبه ولا شافوا جت ولا شافوا اي حاجه مع الهروبات ده. فالاطفال ديل هم ذاته في حاجه جواهم ما اوكي، اقرب حاجه بينفلتوا، اقرب حاجه بينفلتوا. عشان الاطفال ديل ما ينفلتوا لازم المراه والراجل يتنازلوا من بعض الحاجات. انت مرة دي زعلت الليله forgive her، انت زعلت امبارح وما عارف عملت حاجه كده ما اوكي، يا اخي ادوا نفسكم يومين ثلاثه ارجعوا للنورمال، لانه عندكم اطفال. انا شخصيا كأب اكبر احساس بالنسبه لي very difficult ما السياسه ولا politics. انا لو لقيت ولدي مشى في اتجاه رونج ده حاجه صعبه بالنسبه لي انا كأب يعني.
نعم،
حاجه very difficult انه انت جناك تشوفه ماشي في اتجاه غلط. اذا عشان جناك ده ما يمشي في اتجاه غلط، انا افتكر انه حسي الناس بيقولوا انه تينيجر وتينيجر. انت يا جونكور في البلد ده في امريكا اللي احنا قاعدين ده، هو التينيجر ده ببدا من كم ايج؟ اوكي، ناس بيقولوا بيستنوا بالنظام بتاع افريقيا هناك، قال يقول لك يا 16 و17 بعدك نهتم به. نو 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 نو،
من 12
يس
خلاص.
يس من 12. انت من 10 انت ذاتك ليه تستنى لحد 12؟ انت ما من داي 1 خليك كلوز تو يور تشايلد يا جماعه، خليك كلوز تو يور تشايلد. انا رسالتي الوحيد لاي ابو عنده خلافات مع زوجته، يا اخي يتنازل من المساله دي عشان خاطر الاطفال ديل. اي عنده مشاكل مع زوجه بيفتكر انه مثلا انا في فريدم كانتري وانا I can do whatever I want. اوكي you can do whatever you want، لكن الثمن بتاعت الكوست بيكون كبير جدا جدا يا جونكور. اذا there is no way لاي فاميلي يطلعوا اولاد مسؤولين ما لما الناس ذاته يكونوا مسؤولين. حاجه اخيره انا لاحظته في امريكا،
نعم،
حاجه اخيره انا لاحظته في امريكا هنا في المجتمعات البيوت مثلا، لما يمشي زول اسود يسكن جنبهم وتصرفاته يكون ما ياهو، يا برحلوا بخلوا لك المحل، يا هم دائما بطلوا في السبرب، ونحن الناس الزرق ديل بشكل عام تابعينهم ماشيين.
نعم،
هل نحن سالنا نفسنا ليه نحن تابعين الناس ده والناس ده جارين مننا؟ لانه الزول ده ما داير يبوس اولاده كويس، ونحن برضه جارين قدام معهم لانه اولادنا ما دايرين يبوزوا. اذا انت حقه تدي نفسك يومين او 3 يوم لاطفالك، توديهم الكوره وتوديهم الرياضه يلعبوا زي الاطفال، تراجي لهم الهوم ورك بتاعهم، تحكي لهم عن الهيستوري بتاعهم، امهم كمان ياخذ شويه زمن يتكلم عنهم. وانت وزوجتك اي رجل واي امراه لو عندكم خلاف دايرين تناقشوا، يا اخي ادخلوا جوا الاوضه ده ناقشوا الخلاف ده، لكن ما تيجي تقعدوا قدام الكيتس وتقعدوا توروروا يدينكم وتناقشوا، والحاجات دي بيزرع حاجات بطاله في الكيتس يا جماعه. كويس. انت تسيب له مره قدام الاطفال والمره بتسيب لك انت قدام الاطفال وداير الاطفال ده يحترموا كيف الناس الثانيين. نو واي نو واي. الخواجات دي الناس بيقولوا بيأدبوا اولادهم، لكن الخواجات دي يا جونكور بدقوا اولاد دل دق شديد، لكن جوا البيت ما برا. انا نمشي الدكان نكفتهم، نمشي وين بغاله نكفتهم، والناس بيتصلوا لنا بوليس، لكن الخواجات دي في البيت
نهيرهم قدام الناس في محل عام، ناس بيقول اوه
يس هم ما بدقوا في محل عام، لكن بودوهم البيت بيقولوا لهم لسن قبل وقت مشينا الرستوران انت ليه عملت كده كده كده. الطفل ده لازم يقول ام سوري، لازم يقول ماما انا تاني ما بعمل الكلام ده. لو مشي المطعم والبيت جاب لك الاكل والشراب لازم تقول له ثانك يو. لكن احنا اولادنا ما قاعدين نوريهم الكلام ده، حاجات ده بسيط لكن برسخ في ذهن الاطفال يا جماعه. فثانك يو. انا ما اقدر اطول معاك كثير، لكن رسالتي الوحيد انه ما عشان الساوث سودانيز كعبين ولا عشان السودانيز بشكل عام كعبين، لكن احنا قاعدين ننشغل بحاجات الحروبات وكتالوج جدي وحببتي ده، وقاعدين ننسى اهم نقطه في الناس لما يجوا في الخارج، انه انت كيف تطلع ابن صالح عشان يرجع بلد هناك يخدم الناس. وحتى في امريكا هنا وفي استراليا ممكن يبقى سنتر. اوباما ده جا من وين؟ اوباما ده ما ربوه تربيه صحيح، حببته ده رباه، اشتروا له عجله وكدير عجله، اشتروا له عربيه وكدير عربيه، اشتروا له حاجات ده لحد ما جا بقى الرئيس وبقى زول كواليفايد. يعني زول يتربى بيت من امه وابوه الاثنين مع بعض، امها في اندونيسيا وابوه في افريقيا، مشى مات هناك عمك حسين ده، لكن طلع زول ممتاز لانه ربه. اطفالنا ده ممكن يصلوا مرحله بتاع اوباما ده، لكن احنا لما نقعد نشاكلوا قدامهم ونقعد نخلوا البيت وبيت كل يوم ذاته يجي بوليس. واي بوليس كم هاوس؟ ليه ذاته بوليس يجي البيت؟ البوليس ده قبل ما يجي انت جونكور ده مع اخوك او سكين ده مع اخوك، انت المره ده مع اختك، ليه يجي بوليس عشان يحل المشكله ده؟ يا اخي ثانك يو سو ماتش وكيب اب وتحيه لكل الناس اللي تحدثوا، لكن ده موضوع مهم جدا جدا. اطفال الوش بسرقوا تشيكن ده ما عشان هم جعانين يا جونكور، نو دي نيجر اولاد صغار دارين يعملوا حاجات بس يعني يتشافوا انه هم ديفرنت من الاذر.
يا بشوفوا كده
قاعد في استراليا عشان يمشي يسرق تشيكن، يا منو داير تشيكن عشان يسرق؟ منو داير فوت عشان ياكل؟ هو فوت ده باكله، لكن دارين يعملوا حاجات لانه عندهم فراغ. الفراغ ده وديهم يلعبوا كوره، وديهم يلعبوا كاراتيه ولا اي حاجه، ليه تخليهم يمشي يلفوا في الشوارع يسرقوا تشيكن يا اخي؟ ثانك يو سو ماتش براذر.
انا بشكرك كل شكر ابو سكين لمداخلتك يا اخوي، ده كلام نصيحه كويس 100%. نحن وي تيك ات اول شكرا جزيلا. انا بشكرك كل شكر. يس responsibility ده حاجه مهمه جدا جدا، وده كلام احنا قاعدين نركز فيه. That's why we brought this issue up، لانه موضوع الحاصل في ملبون استراليا ده is not a good thing يا جماعه. ده حاجه ما كويس. احنا ما ممكن نمشي محل ونمشي نسهر هنا ناس بطالين كده. شوف اقرب مثل ساكن، ناس ماشيين حفله بتلقى دايما السودانيين بيجيبوا في باب، ناس ما بيقعدوا. I wonder, I ask myself why people are standing on the door, why they don't go and sit down. الظاهر كده غريب يا اخي. انت جاي معزوم لمناسبه، you go and just تلقى الشباب ديل تينيجر بيجيبوا في باب. يا ربي بيعمل شنو؟ I don't understand. وحفله شغال اوكي، تلقى ناس دخل جوا، زول جاء مع مرته، جاء من هل هناك جاء مع مرته دخل جوا، instead of sitting together تلقى النسوان بجاي والرجال بجاي. يعني like you used to call it مجلس الشعب. Why is that? Are you shy from people seeing that that's your family? These are weird thing, you know، في المجتمع بتاعنا. وحاجات البسيطة دي يا بيجيب المشكلة ذات، بيجيب تفكك، بيجيب مشاكل. لا ليه انت ده تجيب باب؟ ما تعال قول. Do you want to know who came to the party and who did not come to the party? Okay, you sit down, you will figure it out. You're still gonna figure it out. Look at it. You will know who came or who did not come to the party. You can sit anywhere. You can sit with these people. We can mix it, and that's how we. لكننا دائما لما نفرق بعض نقول ده ديل براو. الكلام ده بيذكرني عن كتاب انا قريته اسمه Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. طبعا فينوس ده المريخ، وهنا ده مارس ده المريخ. فينوس ده كوكب من الكواكب الموجوده في الفضاء هناك. انه مثلا they are different, they are so different. انه women and men actually they are different. لكن they can work their differences actually لما الناس يسمعوا لبعض. And then kids will learn from them. It's a very good book actually. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I don't want to explain it to you. If you have opportunity, you can go, you know, and buy that book, and you will learn a lot of good things about parenting, relationship, how things can work together. What do I need to do as a part, and what do you need to do? ده واحد كده شاطر مع مرته كتب الكتاب ده مع بعض. You know, so let us continue this spirit. لأن النجاح ما بيحصل طرف واحد زي ما أخذ ميري ذكر قبل. طرف واحد ما يعرف بينجح في التربية. أوكي مرة ما بينجح راجل ما بينجح لكن together لأنه these kids are learning from you. They are not gonna go there and steal if you tell them stealing is not a good thing. If you go to work every day لما تقوم وتمشي شغل بيتعلموا منك إنه أساسا الشغل ده حاجة مهم جدا جدا. We work so we can provide. لكن أنت لو بتقعد حكومة يديني حكومة ده راجل عجوز زي ما دكتور جون قال الكلام ده. قال الناس بيفتكر حكومة ده منجيد كبير and he just have to provide. No, that's wrong. حكومة is by you. لأن أنت يا support الحكومة. حكومة أنتوا شايفين في إسرائيل اللي قاعدين الناس check every 2 weeks بدي check لزول بدي food بدي house. ما الناس there are some people working hard. They go to work and they get taxes. بيشيلوا منهم tax. And tax ده بيجي بدوك له لأن أنت زول مسكين. بدوك له أنت مسكين. تبي تزول مسكين ياك دوك tax. عايزينك أنت شنو؟ عشان المستوى بتاعك يمشي فوق تشتغل بكره برضه لو الوضع بتاعك بيبقى كويس يشيلوا منك تاكس ودي له زول ثاني جديد الزول التعبان لكن ما تموت فيها قول خلاص انا لقيتها انا ما بشوف لي شغل في ناس ثانيين ذاته ما بيرحل من بيوت حكومه بقول يا اخي انا لو اشتغلت حسن حكومه ما يديني ثاني يقول انت عندك يا اخي ليه عاوز تعيش فقير يا اخي عشان قال لي دوك ليه وقد يكون في كلام كده واحده خواجه قال لي في مدينه اسمها سول ليك سيتي انا كنت ساكن فيه السودانيين قال بيجوا بيقدموا لمساعدة الحكومة ودين يقعد في مساعدة الحكومة forever لكن المساعدة بدوك له أساسا temporarily بس عشان يساعدوك عشان تحسن وضعك تمشي مدرسة you earn education and then you can have a better job that's what it is وزول ثاني بيجي مسكين يعملوا كده فهم بيجي يشوف كده لما يشوفوا زول سوداني ولو جنوب السودان داير يقدم ابلكيشن بيكلموا له كيف كده في الشباك I wonder why they do that. Why do you know why they talk to you guys like that? لأن الناس بتاعكم they are not good. يعني مثلا you help them إنه مثلا يقعد في بيت الحكومة يقعد فيه 10 سنة يلدي فيه 10 عيال. Imagine. ما داري يطلع برا النهاية. You want to stay there وده ما داري يشتغل قال أنا لو اشتغل ده يبدوني وتلقاه زاد زول كبير وداري يلدي جنة ثاني. قال عشان الحكومة help. Imagine that mentality. That mentality. You want to help kids, so somebody else, زول كبير حكومة أو يربي لك. Why do you want to do that? Huh? If we are not responsible, no, we are not going to move. شبر, we are not going to move. فحاجات الناس بيشوفوها كلام فارغ حاجات بسيطة لكن are very very important. These are the things that define who you are. They define who you are. You don't want to be dependent. في كلام بيقولوا بالعربي بيقولوا شنو عواليك اصلا ما شتيمه كلمه عواليك ده حاجه عالق ده حاجه بيلصق نفسه في اي حاجه always لانه بس لما نلقى حاجه يعني فطريات بس بيلصق نفسه بياكل فيه وقاعد بس ما داير يطلع عشان كده بقول يا اخي انت زول عواليك ما قصدينا عشان يشتموك ليه نبقى عواليك always on thing and you don't want to be independent ما داير تكون مستقل كن مستقل ذهنيا كن مستقل في عملك كن مستقل عشان الناس جايين ليه اللي يكونوا مستقلين. That's the way it is. That's the way of life. لكن لما نقول I got it, I don't care. معلش أنا ما أقدر أشيل كلام كتير. خلينا نجيب ناس ثانيين كمان to express their opinion. All right. Adam والتبيرة. معلش forgive me if I say your name wrong. Adam دعوة معك. Hello. Adam.
الو.
Yes Adam تفضل.
الأخبار؟
الحمد لله.
حياك الله وعزكنا بك. على أي حال أنا طبعا ما مشاهد أكثر من 15 دقيقة بالضبط قدام أبو سكين وقدام البنت اللي كان تتكلم
ميري.
أيوة.
أوكي.
شاهدت الفيديوهات الاثنين وما أعرف نقاشكم من البداية للنهاية شنو ومفعولكم شنو أو سلوكياتكم شنو ذاك وذاك حبي أعرف وبعد ذاك بتكلم عن كلام أبو سكين وكلام ميري.
نعم.
ممكن توضح؟
وين طبعا آدم البرنامج بدأ لها أكثر قد يكون 3 ساعات من الآن ونحن ركزنا على انت لو شايف هنا تحت هنا في موضوع بتاع community issues. اوكي نحن ركزنا على community issues في استراليا. انت لو ملاحظ هناك التوبيك بيقول community issues including juvenile and delinquency and challenges faced by parents. يعني انت شايف هناك في ملبورن دائما عيال بيطلعوا برا وبيسرقوا، ودائما في النيوز انت بتسمع كلام ده Sudanese community South Sudanese community عملوا كده وعملوا كده. فانا بقينا نسال انفسنا يا ترى ليه حاجات دي حاصل؟ ليه؟ what happened to parents؟ الوالدين، المجتمع، and all this thing. فانا ضيف بتاعي اليوم كان رئيس South Sudanese community في استراليا في فيكتوريا. هو كان ضيف الحلقه، اتكلم مده ساعه ونص ومشى، وبعد كده الناس بقت تدلي باراء بتاع المفروض يكون وما يكون وحاجه بالشكل كده. So you are welcome as well عشان to give your opinion to this program. So تفضل.
اوكي. على اي حال كلام ميري بالرغم انه هو اتكلم باللانجوج بتاعه، اهيي واهيي كل من يسمع اللانجوج بتاعه ده واحد. وثم ثانيا طبعا هو انا ما ادرى باللغه الانجليزيه.
It's okay اتكلم بعربي يا ادم ما في مشكله.
اي وانا ليس عربي. اي طبعا عندنا اهو الكراهيه الوحيد عندنا بيننا وبين العرب اهو اللغه الوحيد. وده طبعا انا بامتناع ده بشوف لغه الدين بتاعي انا عشان اقدر اعبد به، وانت بتقدر تعبد بدينك وذاك بيقدر يعبد بدينه. وفي بعض المسيحيين برضه بيعبدوا باللغه العربيه، وفي النهايه عندهم لانجوج. وبحيي كل من له لانجوج.
ربنا بيفهم اي لغه، ما ضروري انك تعبد بانجليزي
أيوة.
وتعبد
أيوة.
بعربي.
أيوة.
الايرانيين ما القران عندهم بالفارسي. So it's not a problem
أيوة.
actually.
اما نحن عندنا مجتمع.
اوكي جو اهيد.
ايوه. اما نحن عندنا مجتمع في افريقيا، مش افريقيا بتاع مثلا الحكومات وقبليه وجهويه وذاك وما شابه ذلك. مجتمعاتنا ضعيفه جدا جدا. الشافي بيسرق كيف؟ الليله انا مثلا بشوف ولدي عنده قروش في يده، لا امه اداه ولا اديته انا.
نعم.
وانا ما بساله جايبه من وين. بكره هينتبه تاني هيسرق. ده واحد. اثنين عدم الفقر. الشافي بسرق والام بسرق والابو بسرق وذاك بسرق وما شابه ذلك. وكتر خير يعني استراليا، امريكا، كندا، الدنمارك، السويد، اسرائيل، وين كل الدول الغربيه.
نعم.
ولها اتمنى انا امشي دوله عربيه عشان اكون نفسي الفهم اللي عندهم في الدول العربيه. يعني ليه يعني احنا استعمار انجليزي وليه ما بنعرف انجليزي؟ ليه ده كله؟ بس انا ده السؤال اللي بسال. يعني احنا استعمارنا السودان معروف استعمار انجليزي. ليه ما نعرف انجليزي؟ ليه يعني احنا ما اهتمينا بالاستعمار؟
ادم طبعا البرنامج بتاعنا اليوم بيركز في النقطه دي. انا دائما قاعد كونداكت برنامج سياسيه بحت، يعني انا برنامجي الاسبوعي برنامج سياسي بحت، لكن اليوم انا خصصت الموضوع ده بس يكون موضوع اجتماعي social behavior social contrast اللي احنا بيواجهنا في الويست، لانه كلنا في الدياسبورا. نعم عشان اجيب الكلام بتاعك ده ممكن في برامج السياسيه اللي انا بقدمها. مثلا بكره انا عندي برنامج بكره اتكلم عن العلاقه المتوقعه بين الجنوب والشمال، حاله رهول البشير. فالنقطه دي ممكن يطرح هناك. but meanwhile ممكن اديك little bit of answer في النقطه دي. طبعا انت عارف السودان اصلا كان شغال بالعربي، دي حاجه كان شغال بالانجليزي سوري، كان شغال بالانجليزي لحد شنو؟ لحد الستينيات. زمن جاء عبود هو اللي قام بشنو؟ بتعريب المدارس كان عرب المدارس الثانويات وابتدائيه. وكي جاء الانغاز طبعا الجامعه كان شغال بالانجليزي لحد 89، وكي جاء الانغاز عمل انقلاب قام شنو عرب الجامعات كمان. سو اكشلي السودان كان شغال بالانجليزي من زمان. اما جماعه دي بس في نادف في الباحث العلميه كانوا شغالين بالانجليزي، اما الكلام برا هم طبعا بالعربي. فالنقطه دي ممكن يعني I can give you answer بكره لما يكون عندنا برنامج سياسي انا بجاوب لك في النقطه دي. لكن احنا هسه بنتكلم بقضيه اجتماعيه بيواجه المجتمعات المهاجره في الغرب. اوكي، ده نقطه التركيز بتاعنا اليوم. سو جو اهيد، انا بديك فاينل ينايدا مينت عشان في ناس ثانيين كمان داني يجي يا برادر.
اوكي.
تفضل.
اول حاجه يعني ان الاطفال الهسي حاليا في الغرب يعني شافي في افريقيا بيسرق لانه بيحتاج شيء، لا ابو بديه ولا الام بديه ولا الخال بديه ولا الام بديه.
نعم.
لكن هناك في الغرب عندكم الشافع يعني زي ما نحن بشوفنا في داخل دولة إسرائيل، والشافع بيهتموا به من أكله، من شرابه، من تعليمه، من لبسه، من بودو القان ولا بودو مثل الملعب عشان يلعب فترة بتاع مؤقت بتاع ساعة ونص ساعتين ويجيبوا راجل. يعني الشافع بيهتموا به تحت أي لحظة.
يس.
لكن أما أفريقيا عندنا هنا شافع بطلع من الصباح ما برجع إلا الساعة 5 مساء. لا بتعرف امه مشى جنازه، امه ما بيعرف جنازه مشى وين، ولا ابوه بيعرف جنازه مشى وين. ليه ما يسري؟ يخش بيت الجيران بسري. ده حاجه حاصل عندنا في افريقيا ولا في السودان بالضبط. يعني احنا في السودان يعني هسه حاليا لا مهتمين مع الافارقه ولا مهتمين مع العرب. السودان في النص. يا تو عربي بيقول لك السودان دوله عربيه، يا تو افريقي بيقول لك السودان دوله افريقيه. على اي حال انا ما بقدر بقول اكثر من ذلك. واذا انت عندك نقطه حوار بتاع مجال سياسيه في اي وقت، ما دام ما انت عندك فيديوهات بتاع حوار نقاش بتاع سياسيه تعال فلا تفضل، انا بحاورك في الكلام ده. وكلام ابو سكين ما صحيح. وليه قلت ما صحيح؟ اجاوبك في اي وقت انت جبت برنامج سياسيه.
نعم.
اشكرك كثير.
شكرا يا اخوي، شكرا للاضافه بتاعتك. خلينا نمشي قدام ونجيب ناس ثانيين. اوكي. ليجي actually I am not seeing any request from you. ممكن ترسل request ثاني يا ليجي وانا بجيبك. انا ما شايف. سلامة يوسف. سلامة يوسف. سلامة يوسف. سلامة يوسف. الدعوة معك يا سلامة يوسف.
برادر يونكور.
اهلا وسهلا، كيف اخبارك؟
والله يا اخي انا ما اعرف اقول شنو، لكن بتابع برنامجاتك كثير
نعم.
والواحد مبسوط بالحوارات اللي انتم بتعملوه دائما. لكن الحوار بتاع الليله يعني حوار فيري امبورتنت يعني بالنسبه لنا احنا كسودانيين او ساوث سودانيين الموجودين في دياسبورا. الموضوع بتاع العيال بالذات. نحن بنتكلم في انه العيال في استراليا يعني بوظوا السمعه بتاعنا احنا كسودانيين. ودي حاجه يعني انا قفلته. يا بوظوا سمعتنا نحن كسودانيين الموجودين برا خالص، وده حاجه ما من الحاجات اللي كان موجوده فينا. انا حاجي بس لنقطتين معينه ان انا هقول الكلام ده. احنا كبيرنتس او كاباء كويس او عندنا دور في الحته دي. انا ما نلوم العيال، بس نقول انه العيال ليه طلعوا كده كويس. لانه صدقنا احنا انجرفنا والشغل شالنا ونحن ما بندي عيالنا وقت، ما قاعد ندي عيالنا زمن نشوف انه جنى ده ذاته محتاج شنو، او جنى ده هو في مدرسه مع اصحابه عنده اصحابه ناس منو
بالضبط.
يعني الجنى sometimes لما يفكر يعمل الشيء الكعب ما بيجي منه، بيجي من صاحبه اللي هم صاحبه.
نعم
كويس. انت حسي لو لاحظت الخواجات ما زينا، خواجه بيتابع جناو اول باول. اصحابك دي الناس منه كويس. حتى لو هو الليله داير يمشي لصاحبه في بيته او ماشيين يقابلوا سوا، بيمشي بيقعدوا في ماكدونالدز، بتلقى ام الولد مع ابو الولد بيقعدوا سموير، وبخلي العيال قاعدين في اتجاههم برام يتونسوا لغايه ما يخلصوا التايم بتاعهم، بيشيلوا برجعوا البيت. احنا ما عندنا الكلام ده. كويس. الحاجه الثانيه احنا بنسيب دائما العيال، كويس، انه ليه الجنا بيفكر دائما انه يمشي يشرك او ينهب او يعمل وريفر هو بيعمله. كويس. لانه سبيشال زي الناس اللي بياخدوا بنفيت من الحكومه، يعني هسه زي الناس اللي في استراليا، كويس، دول عايشين على قفا العيال دول زي ما بيقولوا المصريين بصراحه جدا.
It's very easy.
يا انت بتدوق قروش، القروش اللي بتدوق ده عشان العيال دول مش عشانك انت. لو انت باي يور سيلف يو كان جو ورك، كويس، لكن الشيكات اللي بيجوك عشان العيال. احنا هنا بنقعد بقى بننسى العيال ونهتم بنفسنا. هنا مسافرين السودان ما عرفوا داير نفرش بيت كيف، ما عرفوا داير نعمل شنو وما داير نعمل شنو، وفي هنا في سمبل ثينكس للعيال محتاجينه انت ما قاعد توفره لهم. فليه لا جانا بيفكر انه لما ما يلقى الحاجه دي بيطلع برا يمشي يشوف الحاجه بيسرق الشوكولاته ياخده في جيبه. كويس؟ يقبضوا معناته بقى ده ان احنا ليه جناي بقى كده؟ انت ما بدي جناك زمن. كويس؟ علينا بنشوف ابسط شيء يا مثلا ايباد ولا وريفر، الحاجات البسيطه الصغيره اللي العيال دايرينه. ده حفز الجنا بيه، جنا الليله نجح في مدرسه، قول له يا اخي انت الحاجه اللي نفسك فيه انا بجيبه لك السنه الجايه. but انت you have to do better.
يعني تعملوا يعني تضروا كده، تضروا بحاجه.
يا ده انه تحفزه. التحفيز دائما كويس بيخليك انك انت بيخلي جناك انه اول حاجه ما بيفكر يعمل الغلط، لانه الغلط ده بيجي من الشيء اللي هو ما لاقيه. كويس. لما تديه الحاجه اللي هو دايره عمره ما يفكر في الغلط. كويس. بقى في احنا ما بنمشي في جنة انت ممكن تكون موفرت له كل شيء وكمان يجي يطلع شنو؟ يطلع كعب. كويس. ليه؟ لانه انت ما قاعد تتابع جناك، هو ماشي مع منو؟ قاعد مع منو؟ اصحابه ديل منو؟ you have to know about that. They have to know about his friend. كويس. ده كله بالدليل انه لو انت تابعت جناك الليله جنا ما بيبقى ما احنا بنشكر العالم الغربي لانه ادانا فرصه وجابنا برا. اوكي. بنشكر العالم ده انه ادانا فرصه دي انه نحن نكون ناس افضل. لكن اوكي انت عشان تبقى افضل عشان عيالك ينجحوا تابع العيال. متابعه العيال احنا دائما عندنا دي مشكله. احنا ما قاعد نتابع عيال سودانيين يشتغلوا بحاجات ثانيه. كويس. الليله انت ويكند انت ما شغال اقعد معاهم شوفوا في راسه في شنو. كويس. لكن احنا انا الليله ما اعرف في فادي وين ولا في شنو ولا في شنو ولا في شنو ولا في شنو بنساوي مين نحن وما بنجيب خبره. فيا براد جونكور البتاع ده يا الموضوع ده موضوع كويس جدا احنا بنتكلم فيه. لكن احنا زادنا كأس كابهات احنا يعني عندنا يمكن يعني 50% من اللي بيعملوا يعني احنا بنساهم فيه. ما اصلا ما ننكر الحته دي. كويس. اذا if we want to deny this thing معناته احنا ما احنا شايفين الحقيقه ما يعني بنطعن في ظله زي ما بقول. انت شايف الفيل بتطعن في ظله، لكن دي حقيقتنا we have to face it. اوكي. احنا لازم نقعد ونشوف عيالنا ونقعد معاهم ونشوف حاجات دي. علينا الاسر بتنشغل بالحاجات ما زي ما احنا نقول بتشتغل بالاسم ما بتاخد بالها في العيال. كويس. ده حاجه. كويس. الحاجه الثانيه بقى انه بيرجع للجنة نفسه. كويس. او التربيه بتاعت الجنة. كويس. احنا السودانيين كلنا حتى انت لو ربوك ولا ربوك يا طريقه، لكن عندنا احترام، عندنا حاجه اسمه ريسبكت للاب والام. دي حاجه اصلا دي معروفه. كان بقى شنو انا ليه يوم الليله انا الكبير ده كان غلطت امي بتديني كف وبسكت. لكن العيال بتاع زماننا ديل العيال تعلمهم تعليمهم برا ديفرنت من او الجنريشن بتاعك او الجنريشن بتاعه الجنريشن. انا ايفن لو امك اللي قاعد يتكلم انت ما بترد له بالغلط، تقول ايفن ترد وراه انه لا الكلام حتى لو انت على حق ما بتقدر تتكلم. لكن يا هسه هم دائما بيشوف بس تقول هو طالب نطفي. لا 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 انا ما كده وانا ما كده وانا ما كده. فيا جماعه
شكرا.
فيا جماعه نحن يعني نحن لازم ناخذ بالنا من الحته دي وغيركم، انه نحن لازم نكون نبدا البدايه. ما قال لك البايبل بيقول لك ابدا من اورشليم بعدك امشي لاقاصي الارض يا زلمه. انت تبدا من بيتك هنا ده.
كوريكت.
حتى بعدك تمشي للكوميونتي الكبير.
ده حقيقه.
انت لو عالجت الموضوع ده من بيتك انت ويالك، المشكله دي ما بتكبر كبيره، بتبقى كده قدر كده بكره. بقى ما نخلي الفاس يقع في الراس وبعدك نقعد نكوري.
يوسف سلام يوسف، انا بشكرك كل الشكر برادر لمداخلتك ولكلامك الغيم. You know point well understood. Then we hope we cooperate. ده أنا طبعا هنا في West and then we need to deal with it as it is. You know. So أنا بشكرك كل الشكر. عندي أردي فرص لناس تانيين كمان يا أخوي. شكرا لجاي.
Go ahead. ما في مشكلة. شكرا لك.
Okay. Let me go ahead here and see. Bibiana, the thing is, you did not send in. Let me check here if you sent in a request. Of course, I wanted to bring you. Now I don't see any request from you. You know, Lano is good sometimes. Let me try it from here. I don't know. I am sure. Okay, Bibiana, I'm calling you right now. It looked like it's going right.
Hey, salam.
Do you have a headphone?
That's why.
It's so noisy. Yeah, it's so noisy.
You want to call?
This is not gonna work because I have been trying it hard. لو عندك جنايدة headphone it would have been okay. لكن البتاع ده بيعمل إزعاج شديد وما سامعينك. ليه you need to send in a request too. لأن أنت قاعد أقول يجيبوك and you did not send in a request. So send in a request ليه please. Rebecca, Mawal, Rebecca, I'm gonna go ahead and call you. لو التلفون بتاعك بيعمل echo please use headphone عشان to avoid the noisy. I'm calling you right now. Go ahead and answer Rebecca, please. Okay, request decline, but you sent in a request, so I don't know why. So now, Viviana, work on getting headphone, please. عشان ما يكون في noisy. Work on getting headphone, and then أجيب Paul Kagi, and then بعد كده أنا بجيبك. I'm gonna bring Paul, and then I'm gonna go for Viviana. Okay, Paul, I'm calling you right now. Hello.
ايوه جنكور.
Hey, it's good to see you. دايما انت قاعد تكتب بس لكن today you are on the live video, which is good.
لكن انا بدخل مرات لزميلك تريزا وحاجات بالشكل ده. شكرا يعني.
اوكي الله يخليك.
يخليك برضه لنا.
تفضل.
انا اقدر نتكلم في موضوع بتاع الاطفال اللي بيحصل مثلا لينا هنا في استراليا، لكن طبعا انا في كوينزلاند. طبعا الموضوع كله ركز في ميلبورن.
نعم.
first of all حاجه نقدر نقول ده حقائق. عندنا عدد كبيره من الاطفال اللهم مثلا they are so successful في الدراسات بتاعتهم.
Yes.
عندنا عدد كبير من عيال في نشاطات الرياضيه. عندنا عدد كبير من تينيجرز مثلا هم شغالين. ده الحاجات ناس ما قادرين نتكلم فيهم. انا اقدر يعني قدر دو في الموضوع ده، لانه الموضوع مش كله جاي بس انه ناس يال بقى استراليا بقى بطال يال بقى يعني كله كرباني. No, we have a big number of kids who are so responsible. ده اللي نكون عندنا. Another thing, let us put weight on the single moms مراتهم كل حاجات بطال. يا جماعة عندنا عدد كبيرة من الأمهات اللي هم single mom they are so responsible ما قادرين يشوف ورا عيال دل. يعني مثلا لو كان مثلا في شو.
نعم go ahead.
عدد من شباب teenagers مثلا بيكون بيتكلم الموضوع حياتهم هنا، يعني
so many of mothers who were single who actually have taken care of the kids لحد مرحلة ده دخل جامعة خرجوا okay ما عنده مثلا أبا هنا. We are not talking about the widow. عندنا مثلا كبير من الwidow who are here in this country جو مع عيال عدد كبير من عيال عيال بتاعهم دخل في جامعات خرجوا. Those are the things we need to know. Okay. الموضوع مثلا اللي بيحصل الموضوع مثلا انا بذكر مثلا هنا في بريسبن هنا زمن هنا يعني موضوع الاطفال كان يعني تينيجر كان بدات. انا myself people used to call مثلا يا كان جايين من الحديقه وماشيين لقطر عدد بتاعهم كبير they will call me قال يا اخي عدد كبير من التينيجر من في شارع انا خايف على نفسي. ده طبعا خواجات بيعمل كلام ده يعني ما بشوف مثلا عدد من الاطفال ماشي بمجموعه بقول لهم مثلا ده جانجز حاجات مثلا حصل حتى الكوميونتي دخل والبوليس كان في دوريات ناس بيمشوا بكلم اطفال ديل يلي كتار من the reform they're responsible they have families they're working الخارج من الجامعه حصل. دي حاجه ثانيه مثلا بقول مثلا في موضوع الاطفال ده طبعا في البلد طبعا الناس وصل في بلد there is a حريه what you call طبعا حريه جاب responsibility. الموضوع ما مثلا حريه بس ساكت كده وخلاص وتمشي. حاجه we need to know also يعني في قوانين البلد اللي جينا فيه يعني what you call apprehended the parents لانه مثلا لو في ابا ما بقدر مثلا او ابارن ما بقدر مثلا يعدي عيال بتاعهم مثلا جانا فاهم الحريه بطريقه غلط مثلا وبيجيب موضوع وات يقول بوليس فوقه مثلا يجيب يمكن الموضوع بتاع تشايلد سبورت حاجات في حاجات اشكاليات فيه كتير. ده وان ثينج. حاجه ثانيه نقدر نقول مثلا الموضوع اللي بيحصل مثلا في ملبورن الموضوع ده طبعا له طابع سياسيه برضه. نعم يا جماعه في البلد في زول انتم مثلا نحن عارفين الكلام ده كله في كان في يو كي كان في امريكا في كندا في كم ناس رجعوا في جنوب من السودانيين السودان البين نقول سودانيين كله كم منهم رجعوا؟
There are so many.
ده يحصل كم ناس في السجن ده بر طبعا ده حاجات الواقع. السبب مثلا هنا في استراليا جانا بس سداد ولا يمشي يسرق بسكويت يجيبوه في تي في يعني ما في جرام اكبر من موضوع السرقه بتاع بسكويت. يا اخي يا جماعه يا اخي في زول يسرق بسكويت ويجيبوه في تي في يسرق جدار يجيبوه في تي في. ما بالك مثلا ناس مثلا اجرام المنظمه في البلد ما في اجرام يا جماعه في مجرمين المنظمين في البلد معروف خالص للحكومه ده موجود. موضوع بتاع الاطفال اللي بيحصل في ملبورن انا بدنا نقول طبعا انا ما اقدر ندخل لانه افرق مثلا كان the leaders بتاع community ده هي مثلا نقول افريكا كوميونتي ما بيقولوا السودان لكن ده بيشمل افريقيا كلها. الموضوع اللي بيحصل طبعا يعني طبعا this is something we have to talk about it. طبعا انقسامات في موجود اوكي في سبب بتاع leadership ده one thing يعني موضوع مثلا يعني الكوميونتي مثلا there is a صراع في موضوع بتاع leadership ده one thing. طبعا leaders قاعدين يصرح فوق هناك then there is a gap between the grassroots. العيال اللي بيسببوا مشاكل يا جماعه عددهم بسيط اوكي بمقارنه من عدد بتاع الاطفال اللي هم سكسسفول في البلد. الميديا قاعد يعمل دمج ده بيأثر مع العيال بتاعتنا ذاته يعني انا يالنا بيحصل قال يا اخي اجري بيحصل يا جماعه يعني what you call psychologically يالنا مثلا حاجات اللي بيأفكتهم when we want to see it also in another way this is something plan بيأثر مع community بتاعتنا. one thing we need to know سودانيين يا اخي وصل في بلده هم جو عندهم اصرار العيال بتاعهم يقرا يمشي مدارس يخرج من جامعه حاجات. جمال خويا شاف موضوع فعلا نازل يا اخي عنده طموحات عاليه جدا يا اخي داير يال في مدرسه وفي شنو في انجازات. نشيل مثل في كم يا لا ستدخل في الرياده هنا مثلا في اف ال كم في سيدني في ملبورن في بيرث حاجات اللي في حتى في الرياده بتاع مثلا كره القدم كم يلا دخل حاجات اللي بيحصل. نرجع في موضوع مثلا تصفية الاطفال فعلا مثلا for more than 6 years انا ماشي مع الاطفال طبعا انا one of the what you call FL ambassadors هنا في موضوع الرياضه. انا فعلا بيحضر مثلا what you call كرنفالات بتاع الاطفال ورياضه انا بمشي فيه. حاجه اللي بيحصل فعلا حقيقه يعني معظم الاطفال بتاعتنا مثلا هم يعني ناجحين في الرياضه لكن فعلا ده لاك سبورت بيرنتس. ده وان ثينج اللي زي ما انتم عارفين طبعا بالنسبه طبعا في البلد انا شفت مثلا يعني more than 6 years I've been going around with مع اطفال بتاعتي. حاجه اللي بيحصل مثلا طبعا لخواجات طبعا هم شايلين ده part of me. مثلا لو جانا يعني نجح في الرياضه هم بيسابورت in the end of the day طبعا ده حاجه كويس بالنسبه للاسره. حاجه اللي بيحصل بالنسبه لنا طبعا زول بيفكر مثلا قال يا اخي انا جاي من افريقيا لحد هنا انت جاي انا ما جبت لموضوع الرياضه انا جبتك ياك لموضوع تمشي في مدرسه وتقرا وتكون دكتور تكون انجينير وتكون بلا 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 بلا. لكن مثلا يال مثلا يسبورتوا مثلا في الرياضه فعلا في الناحيه دي مثلا معظم الطلبه ما في هناك وبتلقى يال ده مثلا بيكون احسن ايال في الرياضه. طبعا انتم عارفين افارقه عموما في الرياضه لان هم ممتازين جدا. انت بتلقى انا بلقى انا بشوف دائما مثلا في جيري يال الناس الاوائل كان في شنو يعني هم ممتازين لكن بتلقى مثلا شنو ما في اباء هناك. معظم انا ممكن بمشي بيسلموا اقول you have done well يشجعوا كده بطريقه.
You think the media in Israel is just infiltrated, situation? That's what happening? Yeah, there is no real problem.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, definitely. We yes, we as a community leaders, we have been talking about this. We have the president with Africa community. For example, في Queensland, we have what you call African Community Council, Queensland Africa Community Council. ده طبعا في الرئيس بتاعه كوميونتيات بتاعتنا مثلا السودانيز طبعا هم عنده رؤساء بتاعهم. حاجه اللي بيحصل عندنا هنا طبعا في مع بوليس هذا اللي بيتكلم فيه. اصلا لو حصل مشكله بتاع الاطفال مثلا خاصه افارقه ميديا بيجي طوالي بيقول له يا اخي افريكان ديسنت مثلا افريكان ابييرنس. لكن انت بتشوف في الاخبار خواجه لو بيسرق خواجه لو بيشيل بهايجاك عربيه وبيعمل اي حاجه ما بيقولوا بس بيقولوا زول عمل كده. ده المشكله اللي بيحصل. Then في ملبورن I become a particular issue موضوع بتاع افريكا. Then Prime Minister مشوا زمان ده لين انتخابات جاي وكلم قال يا اخي ذاته في ملبورن انه صعب عليك عشان تطلع تمشي في مطعم. عجد القلب الاشكاليات بتاعه. نحن عارفين في مشكله في ملبورن في مشاكل بيحصل مش بس مثلا مع اولاد بافريقيا في حاجات كثير بيحصل في ملبورن. موضوع مثلا لو جينا موضوع مثلا بتاع لايف ستايل this طبعا is something the parents need to address. Let us also not forget يا جماعه حاجه ده is traumatizing our community completely. يعني طبعا الايال ده طبعا those who are doing well الاخبار كل يوم بيجي في تي في بيأثر عليهم بيأثر علينا كcommunity the whole African community. God yes, and then also bringing more division. يا جماعه عجدل ما let us just be frank عجدل جايب divisions. Some of African بيشوف مثلا نحن جبنا مصيبه عليهم and then some of us will see no them من community بتاعتي. Okay, this is a particular community is causing this problem to us. Is it bringing more division, within the community?
All right, Paul. Thank you so much. And I did get enough time. And I did give enough time. So I want some other people to share their views as well. And I'm for staying, and adding your perspective is really, really valued. And I bet you thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go ahead and see who's else. I don't know what is the remaining time right now. Want to bring this. So, I think Rebecca, I called you and it was not working. But let me try one more time. I will try one more time, Rebecca, and then I will move on. So, Lana and Adeta Gibel, and you decline. But, hello?
Jongkor.
Yes.
Hello, Jongkor.
So, can you go ahead?
Hello.
Yeah, Samia.
كل سنة أنت طيب يا زول، ما ودرتك كده.
أنت طيب.
ما ودرتك. شنو؟ دي talking كويس. زي حاجات الواجهنا في إسرائيل هنا، وأنا داير نقول للناس المشاهدين التوكن أنت جبت ده كلام كويس، لكن أنا بقول لك شنو؟ أنت ممكن تعمل لي كود تاني عشان أنا ماشي، أنا طالع برا كده، لكن داير عشان أنا نيوز كريدي هسه انترنت بعمل أوف. أنا ده توكن سما نتكلم فوق جونكور، ده مشاكل واجهنا هنا.
So you are not ready?
You can close it تاني، أعمل لي ريكويست. أنا ريدي ممكن نتكلم، لكن بس إنت كان قطع تعمل لي هنا ده عشان أنا بيوز هنا ده بيوز ده أنا بفتح انترنت لو كان قطع.
Go ahead.
المهم دار نقول شنو؟ أنا دار نقول لجونكور ده كلام كويس. Is the talking good? My brother ده مشاكل أنا دار نونس بعربي عديد مش بهنا. أنا دار نقول لإخوان بتاعنا الجنوبيين وللناس بتاعنا بتاع
Hello. معلش it looked like we lost her. Rebecca بكون انت سايقة في الطريق، قد يكون ده السبب. Let me go ahead and see what I can do next. So tap duck. Rebecca, if you are back, and then I can bring you again later, but let me go for tap duck. Tap, I'm calling you right now. Hello.
Yeah, I'm there. Hello.
أهلا وسهلا. أنت قاعد في ظلمة كده ليه يا أخوي؟
أنا قاعد ما قاعد في دلوم نور قاعد.
اتفضل.
Alright. Yeah. أقول يا جونكور أنت أنا بسلم في جماعة القاعدين يعينوا ده وبسلم عليك.
الله يسلمك.
في موضوع ده كنت في أستراليا ده بقى مشكلة حتى إننا ناس القاعدين في أمريكا هنا ده sometimes it's not the same.
أنا ما قاعد في أستراليا.
I got to America anyway.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's our problem anyhow. It is our own problem.
Our problem here is not worse than Australia, but you know, Australian people should do this. What do we call a community organized thing that you know they can eliminate what the news that you know always being put out of about it. Even the white kid, they just have the same way as a black kid anyway. But the way that you know, especially Southern Sudanese become the target in Australia. On that, even who do you call Nyadol Nyon? A lawyer, and she's still be discriminated by the tax drivers, you know, the taxi drivers. And she always talk about it all the time. They should involve with the government of Australia, okay? And then actually decide and say, okay, one apple is not all the apple, okay? Sometimes onion, one onion is bad, means that all the onions are bad. But it doesn't mean that, you know, all the South Sudanese are bad all over, okay? To put it in mind, as a community, as we talk on the media all the time, this is what hurting us. It hurt us here in America too, because you know what, if you see the news in Australia, some people asking, oh, are you a South Sudanese? Why the Australians become, you know, the Australian South Sudanese become a gang and all that. We have gang in America, but we never had
media that goes to become worse than whatever in Australia. Okay, what the Australian people or Southern Sudanese or African, all of them should do, they can organize themselves and just hit it into the government and say, okay, this is what happened. This is what happened. And this is what we do, all of us. It doesn't mean that all of us, we all bad. One that did wrong is the one that did wrong. And if he did wrong, he has to face, the criminal, prosecution. It's not African way. It's just Australia. We came to America as a refugees, but we turn into citizens of the country. They have a right to, they're Australian, as a citizen of Australian, to contest and to talk to mayor and the governors, and then go to the prime minister. And that case could just I don't know if they have an organization that organize them as a Southern Sudanese community or Sudanese community. I don't know, because that job it could be to it could be to, it should be to the community leaders, because they can organize themselves and say, okay, this is what's going on in our community. Use gathering or a community gathering and talk to the youth and say, this is what happened. We now into a dangerous zone. How can we do it? It's not going to be a single person that will do it alone. No. All the community should talk about it. And that's the one point that they should do. We don't have it in America, but we do have, a community that, organize themselves and talk to the government and say, this is what we do, and this is how, and this is how. No, we don't have enough support from ourselves, but we do it mostly, okay? But it was a good topic.
Thank you.
For parenting, I don't know what I can say.
Well,
nowadays,
thank you so much for adding your perspective. أنا داير أجيب ناس تانيين كمان عشان أضيف إضافة كويس. كلامك صح. وصلت الرسالة. المجتمع the South Sudanese community, they need to address this with mayor, with the government, not to be singled out, but individual that بيعمل crime, they need to be persecuted before the law. إنه ده الناس اللي عملوا الجرائم. لكن ما يعمل generalization. So أنا بشكر كل الشكر يا أخوي. Let me go ahead and bring other people here so they can add their perspective as well. So let me go ahead and see who is next. Vivian, you are back. Let me go ahead and try you one more time. And we almost machine.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
So did you get the headphone, Vivian?
No. أنا كان شنو البلوك حقت بيوضوا في العربية.
Yeah, you don't need to lose.
Turn it off. It's on, but I turn it off right now.
Can you turn it off?
Yeah. Okay. أول حاجة السلام عليكم. كنت أنا عايزة أقوله في الناس كتار تكلموا كلام كثير، أنا ما عندي إضافة، لكن أنا تصحيح بشيء معين. الشاب اللي بيطلع ده بيكون عايز attention. Okay? يعني مثلا حسن الشافعي مثلا
Viviana, there is
I don't know what I have to do, honestly.
You don't need to use the phone. Use it.
I am not in the car, I am at work. أحكي لك كيف؟
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, عندي شنو إنه لما مثلا الشافعي ده بيقوم مثلا يمشي لحمة ولا يشرب من الدكان، معنى إنه مثلا الشافعي ده محتاج، معنى الشافعي ده محتاج، الشافعي ده كان عايز اهتمام، الاهتمام كيف نحن كالسودانيين بصفة عامة ما بنختار بدكتور نفسي. الشافعي لما يحصل المرحلة زي ده بيكون مثلا الأب والأم منفصلين، وهو بيرجع يحكي صوت وما بيقدر يقول يا أمي مثلا أنا عايزكم تكونوا مع بعض ولا كده. الشيء ده بيكون شو نفسه. عشان كده الشعب بيقول عشان عايز انتباه. الانتباه ده كيف نحن بنجيبه؟ بنخلي انه لو نعرض للدكتور نفسي لدكتور نفسي ما السبب مرض نفسي ده ماشي مثلا مرض نفسي. انت تعرض جناك لدكتور ما عيب تعرض جناك لدكتور لانه شنو انت ما عايز المرحله دي تمشي لأسوأ. هكذا كيف؟ الصوت قاعد Hello?
Yes. Yeah, what?
Okay. مثلا تعرضوا للدكتور نفسه يعني حتى اولاد ربيناهم برا ما في ولا ابوي كنت قاتل جواه لما القاتل جواه بيكون بينحرق الانحراف ده انه هو ابو اللي في المكان ده المكان بتنتبه الكبار انت تعمل شنو؟ طبعا الاسباب اللي بيخليه انه مثلا
people cannot hear what you're saying.
خلاص انت عارف انا هكتب الكتاب just I will write it down.
I apologize to our viewers. This thing, you know, I try my best. And Kaman, she tried really hard to be called. She has been sending me requests, but the thing is not working. Wallahi. Neno, يعني بنعصب لكم كل الأسف. Let me go ahead and see here who is ready as well, and then we move on from there. Yes. Raja Justin. رجاء دعوة معاكي. رجاء Justin. Yeah, I see that she was at work actually. Raja, go ahead and answer. Yeah, Bluetooth and those sometimes, you know, they cause problem with the phone. No answer from Sister Raja.
Hello.
أهلا وسهلا قسيتني أنتلين. How are you?
أنت سامعني؟
أنا سامع واضح.
كل سنة أنت طيب.
وأنت طيبة. Long time.
يا زمن طويل زمن طويل.
Yeah, اتفضلي.
Yeah, what I want to say, you know, كان شفت كان رسلوا لي هنا بتاع رينج community chairperson بتاع أستراليا ده كان رسلوا لي فيديو بتاعه. طبعا أنت عارف إحنا مجتمع و في يعني في بناء المجتمع في ظواهر.
نعم.
في حاجة بنسميها طفرة وفي حاجة بنسميها ظاهرة. يعني طفرة ده لما حاجة يصل مرة مرتين ما بنقدر نعممه على الناس، لكن لما يكون متكرر
نعم
بيعتبر ظاهرة. يعني لما يكون ظاهرة اجتماعية ده مفروض مجتمع ينتبه ويشوف يعني يواجه المشكلة by itself.
طفرة والظاهر.
Yeah, so أنا pastor لكن دراستي في جامعة كان فلسفة علم الاجتماع.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so مشكلتنا مشكلة كبيرة يا جنكور. أولا إحنا في عالم متطور، يعني حتى باقي ناس هسه بيتكلموا هنا يقولوا ما في مشاكل ده في كندا وفي أمريكا اللي ده بتاع أستراليا يا بيجا هنا. It's not about to justify wrong thing when it is happening. أنا ما قاعد نقول أنا عندي majority بتاع أسرة بتاعي في أستراليا. يعني أنا ما بقدر نقول إنه هم داخلين في مشاكل في هناك ده، لكن أنا ما بقدر نقول برضو إنه مشكلة الفي ده ما مشكلة أصلا عشان أهلي كلهم يالهم ما متشردين ولا يالهم ما عندهم مشاكل ولا كده. No. لما حاجة يصل لنا we need to man up يا جماعة. لازم إحنا نكون قد المسؤولية. ما ممكن نقعد ننكر مشاكل كل يوم، بدأ من بيوتنا لحد وصل لدولتنا لحد وصل أساساته لبذور الجبنان برا and we still want to justify. We need to get out from that. Asa كانت شلت ساكت يا جنكور كم جنا من يال بتاعنا القاعد يموت every month and we still saying إنه ده ما مشاكل ما عندنا مشاكل ده. شفتها؟ So ده حاجات جديدة بالنسبة لنا. إننا جايين في background ما كان في حاجات زي ده قبل كده. That's why we are still living in denial. But my يعني صوت بتاعي لأن دير نقوله هنا ده يا جماعة wake up. روح بتاع زول يعني إحنا لازم نعرف قيمة بتاع إنسان حتى لو زول واحد.
في كلام
حتى لو زول واحد.
في كلام ده أقول لك. Don't you think this is نيانتيلين؟ لأنه نحن في مجتمعنا الجنوبي المجتمع كله بيكون جزء من تربية. يعني مثلا في بلد زمان الناس قاعدين في بلد أنت لو عملت غلط عمي بمسكني بقول أنت عملت غلط، جيران بمسكني بقول أنت عملت غلط. Don't you think نحن we are stuck somewhere؟ لأن نحن طلعنا برا والأبواب والوالدين بيعتبروا تربية ده إذا كل المجتمع بيساهم فيه they're gonna help. لكن مكان هنا فيه ده
أنا يعني أنا involved a lot. يعني call بتاعي برا من ministry إنه أنا pastor ده call بتاعي كيف نساعد زول ده ياو أجل في قلبي وده ياو الأجل خلاني ندرس الاجتماع. You know عندنا مشاكل يعني مشاكل بتاعنا ده ما مشكلة واحد يا جنكور. كون إننا ذاته نجي من بلد هناك حتى إننا اللي تربينا في مدينة ده جايين ذاته نواجه مشاكل بتاع العالم المتقدم ده هسه. We need to admit that إنه الثقافة بتاع بلد ده وحاجات بتاع عصر ذاته الجديد لناس بلد ده ذاته ده مشاكل حقيقية. Can you imagine ده شنو بخلي جنا يقول أنا ما داير أمي ولا أنا ما داير بيتنا ولا أنا ماشي نقعد مع يال في سكة قطر لأنه يال ده للأسف بمشي بقعد في محطة قطر في أستراليا هناك. وفي حاجة كمان أنا لاحظته من الحكومة بتاع أستراليا عندنا هنا لما جنا ما داير يمشي بيتهم حكومة بيشيلوا بوديه في إصلاحية. هناك حاجة ده ما في.
ودي foster care.
أيوة هناك قال كان ما عمل جريمة ما في مشكلة. So we stuck like you saying. لكن إحنا alternative بتاعنا ده شنو؟ ده tools اللي ده نستخدمه ده شنو؟ لأنه بقينا هسه يالنا ولا هم كواجات ولا هم جنوبين ذاته ولا هم أفريقيا. And that thing is a confusion ذاته يا جنكور. You know by yourself. إحنا parents وواجهنا مشكلة زي ده بتلقى جنا ما قال جنا كاب لكن عشان confusion اللي في مدارس confusion اللي في أسر ظروف ذاته اللي فينا إحنا أمر ضياع ليال. So we need to admit that and calm down and find out إحنا هنعمل شنو. يعني زي هسه إننا ده بنشوف مشكلة ده أوكي يال ده مزمم يال بتاع نوير ولا يال بتاع دنكا who cares. No أنا مفروض نجو بعدين ناس سياسة أنا يالي كبر مش لكن أنا عندي فرصة إنه نعمل even adult foster care في أمريكا.
Yes.
We alternative. We need to come and mobilize ourselves إنه يا أخوانا ما نضحك في بعض. كناس لو خرب ومسكوا هناك والجنوبي ده قبيلة ياتو ما قبيلة ياتو ده it doesn't matter. بمسك وبمسني. So what we can do في حاجات في حلول لكن مجتمع بتاعنا مقطوع من حقيقة بتاع عيال بتاعنا. One time I went to make some point here. One time أنا عندي مشكلة في بيتي وأنا دخلت undercover في تويتر. أنا دخلت undercover في تويتر يا جنكور. You cannot imagine. Even في عيال قاعدين في بيوتهم ومن ذاته ياو قاعدين يبيعوا ونايد مروانة ليال. I find them, but I didn't get time to address the community because all the community is living in denial. And wherever it loma wajata mishkila itagata tamal denial mishkila ma bahil nafso. You know, mishkila ma bahil nafso. Ana barja la akhuya al-kalam gibel de. Shuta fi balade sirga de jarima. It doesn't matter. Ita shilta ibra, ita shilta shunu de jarima. Ana ma naqul naqul zaman binamshu lasi dukan ita testari haja utaghamis yadda kida tashil bala. ما بقولوا إنت حرامي لكن إني داسة علاوة حبة ساكت لو لقوا إنت شيلتو إنت بقولوا إنه ده نشال shoplifting is a jarima. We need to wake up. بلد بتاع قانون أستراليا العالم المتقدمة كله إنت شلت حاجة ملين شنو ده سرقة كان قبضوك. أنا ما نقول أنا دل ذاته دارين يزيدوا حاجات ساكت وكده. No. We need to sit down, understand the environment that we are in and try to find the way to cope with it. عشان ننقذ عيال بتاعنا يا جنكور. يعني أنا بعد 5 سنة لو ما شفنا حل هنلقى إحنا في جريمة كبير وانا ما اعرف يحلو كيف because me myself انا هسه عندي قريب للسنه I'm just trying to cope. انا قاعد try دي طريقه اللي انا بقدر نجيبه عشان يساعد المجتمع بتاعي because nobody seeing انه بعد 5 سنة يال بتاعنا اللي قاعد نشوفه ده ال 15 هيكون 20 اللي كان 20 بقى 25 and معظمهم ما عندهم اي تأهيل. ده جريمة كبير ارتكبناه في حق عيال بتاعنا لأنه الناس ذاتهم ملخومين. ناس كبار دين يعيشوا زي عيال صغار. رجال كبار ما دينين يقيفوا ويكونوا ضابط بتاع إلا. يعني أنا متذكر زمان ناس أبوي ده نسوان كتار ما كان عندهم رجالهم لكن رجال الفي إلا يوما مسؤولين عن عيال الفي. ولايرنا فوق ده رجال وينهم؟ قال لا نسوان بيجوا يأكل عدبين. Okay, who is paying the price now is our children. Because نسوان دين يجروا قبل مع الرجال والرجال دين يقولوا لا مش نسوان عاملين قل أدب let them deal. No, our future is the one that is destroyed. And it's a real thing جنكور ما مشكلة بتاع أستراليا براو. مشاكل الفين ده نايني ده هسه ده بأشكال. يعني أمريكا هنا في يال في كيت كباري عند مصر ما دين يمشوا بيت يال كبار كان أنت مشيت جبته بوليس بقول لك now is a grown up.
Yeah.
So we need to train ourselves. نمشي للمجتمعات بتاع كواجات ده نقول لهم إننا دايرين تدريب عشان نقدر نرجع في المجتمع بتاعنا as a equipped people that can understand our kid. أنا ما عندنا أسلوب اللي بنتكلم به عن عيال. انت ما بتكلم مع جنا الا لما يغلط يلا تقعد تسور وتشتم وتعمل وتجود. انا خساره وانا عندي انت شنو من الاول جنا ده ما اعرف ذاته انت قاعد تعمل في شنو. You know
Yeah, the victims.
So that's what I want to put. We don't have to deny it. We have real issues with different shekel vitam, but we need to train ourselves how to help our community.
Correct. Well,
so that's what I want to say, and thank you so much.
Yeah. I really appreciate you. قد يكون ربنا يجابك في خواتيم البرنامج عشان تقدم لنا. باقي لنا كله بس دقيقتين عشان نختم بالميوزك بتاعي المعروفة. أنا بشكرك كل الشكر لمداخلتك ولكلامك الجميل. Yes, we need to focus. We need to make sure those children are taken care of. لأنه جرى الحبل ده بينه زوج وزوجة النتيجة بتاعه ما بيكون كويس. ولا ده يمشي بيجي يقول لك I don't care أنا ناس بخوفوني وهيجي يحصل له شنو. النتيجة بتاعه شنو؟ So we need to listen to our hearts. We need to listen to our heart. Is it the right thing what we are doing? Compromise. Compromise is good. It's a good thing. Let's put priority. لحاجات الداير priority. جانا عشان ما يمشي يسرق برا، ما يمشي يعمل ده، لا توفر له، ده تشتغل. أنت بتشتغل كل يوم عشانهم، ما عشان زول ثاني، ما عشان تشتري ذهب، ما عشان تشتري تجيب كراسي جديد، تجيب ده، أنت بتشتغل لهم. So أنا بشكر كل الشكر قصير ينتلين. May God bless us. And I hope our people in Australia, they are watching, they're going to change it. And I hope too, the community in Australia, at least they can think, Lomafi foster care, community can think, they are get funded by the government. They can build their own foster care. They can even build their own foster care, and the children can be there. To serve these children, they can learn Sudan. They can help all kinds of foster care doesn't cost a lot of money. I've seen them here in the United States. And that can be a solution too. Instead, there are other way, of solving problems, So shukran jazilan. Ana bashkura kullu shukr. Shukran.
Amen.
All right, يا جماعة أنا بشكر كل من حضر وكل من تحدث والناس اللي ما عندهم فرصة كمان أنا بشكركم كل الشكر يا جماعة. إلى هين ده نحن بنصل وياكم لختام برنامج بتاعنا ده. Of course, every week we have a political program. نحن مركزين في برامج سياسية دائما، لكن اخترنا الأسبوع ده عشان نحن نناقش قضية في هم المجتمع خصوصا في مدينة ملبورن في ولاية فيكتوريا استراليا. ضيف الحلقة كان معنا أستاذ رين ميار. هو يتكلم في مواضيع كثيرة جدا جدا. He addressed the root causes of the problem, challenges الهم قاعدين فيه challenges a lot of people قاعدين فيه. It is not their problem. It is all South Sudanese problem all over the world. I wonder all the time, and I ask myself, why do we have to stand out there at the door when we go to the party? Why do we have to just sit separate, women separate and men separate? And why and why and why? There are so many questions. Is anything wrong that by sitting down, and chat with your brother? What's going on? Why don't we just address these problems? Do what it is. So أنا بشكركم one more time, قواتكم في برنامج ده. إن شاء الله الأسبوع الجاي وبكرة كمان هيكون لنا برنامج. So good night from here. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you.